Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Late Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in Central Minnesota. Here we are. Let me get this thing pulled up. That's what he said. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what's.
There was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained.
Oh,
it'll
crap.
Go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analyst that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you use the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
That there's
Sure,
one
so
source.
A single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number. And the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or
rubbing my elbows and rolling my sleeve very slowly.
First, I did the analysis on the question items.
No way.
I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available to and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1.
Sorry, Hoopy Star.
What was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
No.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
What just happened?
This is a little detail as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not object.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Right, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
Genetic test results always.
So an inclusion is basically
worded different than how people
I
think.
look at the question
Worded like this.
DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is
40.
a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Damn. It was close.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the tail light. And the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so
Ever see
3-6
this guy at a
is
truck
the root
stop
end of
run?
hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Now, are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Just a shaft.
Now, what testing did
He
you
knows about the
perform
shaft
on
being
it?
sent.
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Was there dog DNA
What does that mean?
detected?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1, what is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis
Excuse
from this
me.
question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is
Yeah,
the last time I'll ask
it's
you
pretty
this,
much
but just
him.
If you could reiterate to the jury, what does
DNA
an
from
inclusion
him.
mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
That's a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description?
Can't
related
turn
to
my
that item?
attention. It's only in one place.
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of genes.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you're referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of genes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of genes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of genes.
That should be
And
larger.
were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each
Having
of
to
those
remember
items
these
that you
higher
just
numbers would be
testified about
really-
as far as the genes.
I don't know. A lot of
Question
zeros.
items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's genes. Those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of genes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description?
This is
associated
strong
with that?
DNA results. Like this is
sample
him.
from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number.
How many
as far as
zeros in an
58
octillion?
Octillion times more likely. How many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Oh, that's not as,
Sir, if I could
it's
take
not
you
as
down
strong as the
to,
other ones.
listed
I don't believe
at
it.
15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what
Shoe
was the
cocky,
description
get it
associated
right.
with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your
I wish
comparative
Higgins was
analysis
here.
from that question item to that of the known standard,
I'll give you all
of
the
John O'Keefe,
DNA you can handle.
what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as
A lot
a
of
mixture
fun.
of 2
Fun
contributors, including male DNA. Contributor
Oh,
1 is
I'm a lot
suitable
of
for
fun.
comparison.
I'm a lot
Due to
of fun.
limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 nonillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report.
yeah?
Number 9 is
What do you
item
want to group the items for?
7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D
I'm a fun guy. I'm
on
a lot
right
of fun.
instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're
Should have
referring to
taken
with the 5
DNA samples
possible
from everybody at the
contributors, that's
party.
a shoot, correct?
They didn't.
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder
Oh my
of
gosh.
gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group, sirs, item 7-18.13.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the right and left hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated
That's
from
a lot
John
of
O'Keefe than if
octillions.
it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Yes.
All right. Is it a Lessie? Is it a Lessie time? Oh, no. It's Yannetti time. I'm going to do this. I'm going to make a sandwich, and we're going to get out of here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report. For taillight, there was another item that was item 2-3.1, which is sampled from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
He was included
All
into
right.
the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that
Slut.
broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that
Not
you
Karen Reed.
analyzed with the DNA
John.
of either
Whose DNA could it be? Everyone's.
Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right leg of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, or you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile
All
from
right.
that
And
item.
that was unsurprising to you, correct?
You're unsurprising.
And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report.
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
We
I
don't know.
They could be anybody.
Anybody on Earth.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least 2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
And again, this is the same pair of genes that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain
It was me.
D,
Sorry,
which
guys.
is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
Stain
stain
D,
D?
stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay. With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And
Correct.
with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his genes, who contributed the DNA to who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the genes, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody. I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.6.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7?
He left an area
Yes.
unstained. Very amateurish.
you
You got to
found
cover that thing in DNA.
DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
And before we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make this
It's all
any
right.
more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John O'Keefe's girlfriend's vehicle?
I was not.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th?
His DNA would be
2022?
everywhere. Touch DNA goes all over the place. Anytime, like you could have
So
contact
moving on
with
to
any surface
7-3.1,
and leave DNA.
which
And you touch stuff
was
all the
the
time.
right instep
You
of
don't
the
think about
sneaker,
it.
correct?
Walk by,
You see that in
Correct.
your report?
Yep.
graze it with your fingers,
With regard
lovingly,
to that
gently,
particular stain,
moans.
you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least
DNA is
5
even in more
contributors.
places.
And when you have interpreted as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors. So it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that
Everybody have
with
a
regard to the
6-man
sneaker,
party.
at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do.
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then
Really?
finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
Based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA
What's up, Rumble? How we
profile
doing
with
over there?
the DNA
Nice to you.
profiles
Nice to you,
of
baby.
either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not.
Oh,
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
sustained to that.
I may have one moment, Judge.
Yes.
I don't know how we've gotten this far without 87 sidebars. Fly Crew says he likes saying nonillion or whatever. The test may be that likely, but what are the chances those schmucks cross-contaminate samples? Not nonillion. I'll tell you that much. It's true. Lord of the Ree says, check out.
I just have one more
Oh, wait,
question
well,
for you,
do
Mr.
it in a
Porto, and
second.
I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case.
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
Where'd the reports go?
Sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors, strike the question.
I have
Why?
nothing further. Thank you.
Who'd you send the reports to?
Yes.
I don't understand that objection at all. I mean, I'm sure it's something they've worked out at SADBA.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience in years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10
Need a
in your
phone
report,
charger.
there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile, correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustain.
How many sources were associated with those?
Sustain.
Nothing further.
Okay. You all set, Mr. Unity?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porter.
Thank you.
Very much.
So, I mean, the
Who's the next?
DNA guy found John's DNA all over the place on his girlfriend's car. Cool. That shouldn't, and on his pants and on his shirt and stuff like that. It shouldn't really surprise anybody. Of course, they want the DNA from his pants and from his shirt because they want samples to verify. One of the better arguments would be, or better findings for the defense would be, you know, a bunch of other people's DNA that's identifiable to like the Alberts or whatever on his clothing, especially in a blood pool or something.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case.
Maybe the guy's hand got tore up punching him, you know, and smeared some blood on his shoulder of his shirt or something, but
All right, Mr. Lally.
Oh, who's this guy?
Ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Falir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego, and a master's
Her
degree
hair
in
green?
biomedical forensic sciences from
Kind
Boston
of looks
University.
green.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited,
It is.
and by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of
I saw the tissue box for Bev's
pieces of
courtroom.
evidence. So there's trace covers a lot of
Where?
small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how is that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times.
I don't get the green hair. I don't
and then if it
understand.
looks
I'm
like
not
there
an
could
anime.
potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis, as far as the physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
I mean, before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet
Sorry,
of
bleaching your bench sounds
butcher paper
way
Why
funnier
you
than
do
it is. It's not funny.
to make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on what types of items can you perform a physical match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
Stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand. So it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do,
And how do you do that?
with handwritten notes and with photos.
Yay.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10?
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how are each of those items packaged when you receive them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times. When you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with the list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
You have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Okay. Is there any objection to me using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you label those specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I looked at, I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag.
Imagine just describing yourself
taking
pouring a bowl of cereal.
written
It's the
notes,
same
taking
thing.
photos of the items inside.
I
Within
opened the
each
box.
item,
And there was a bag inside, so I had to
looked to
open
see
that.
if any of those pieces fit together. Then cleaned my bench in between the items.
Clean my bench. Just stop saying clean my bench.
Sarah, may I
It's not
approach?
gross. It's just normal. But why is it so funny to me? Ew.
And Your Honor, so quotes I've shown Mr.
I had to clean my bench.
Is there an objection to any of them,
There's
Mr.
no
Mayor?
objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we just go ahead and mark them all for, as evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Blair, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or a license plate associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A through D.
Right, those are cool. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all. Right?
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. If you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way, I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-1?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine. It's just
Okay. Piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B.
okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those?
Yes.
photos to the jury?
Can of publish, can of
Mr.
publish.
Gilman, if I could
Can of
first
publish, can of
ask
publish.
for photograph 2122.
My phone's going to run out of batteries. I hate that. Where's the charger?
Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen?
He'd steal all my chargers.
That is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Lear, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are those same items just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Lear, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll need 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
That's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'll call up to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B.
Oh my gosh.
172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921
I put this love in a
and then
photograph.
photograph 1924.
Keep these memories for ourselves.
And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, somebody hit me with a Lexus, please. God. This is so boring.
Other photographs,
Ah!
review those. Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Almost seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
It's like, jokes aside, is she like an F to M?
And Your
Is that
Honor,
what's
with
going on?
permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
I don't care. Like, people
Ms.
can
Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931
D and regender themselves all they want. Doesn't bother me. I'm just
and
curious.
then 1934.
Are they them? Ugh.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could
Make up your mind.
zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lair, again,
We
what
don't
are
care if you
looking
want
at
a
in this
burger and
photograph of
Chinese
item
food, just
7
pick.
what are we looking at again in this photograph? Excuse me.
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes,
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag.
they were. I then separated them into 2 separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19, respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, calling to introduce the minutes of the next
Let me
exhibit.
see them titties.
May I publish on-
Damn it.
Oh, forgive me.
4A, 174B. Now,
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please. And then 1962.
Thanks, Scott Staska.
And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item
Stuff that
7-9,
definitely
item
did not cause the
7-19.
lacerations on John's arm, so it's irrelevant. This
May I approach again, Your Honor?
glass
Yes.
thing that they're doing is so pointless. None of this is involved in the death of this man.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize as?
Photos of item 7-10.
And again, one of the bag and one of the contents of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
A piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce and admit as the next
Okay.
exhibit A and B.
Exhibits 175A and B.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you
Hey, the
could,
purple, welcome to
tell the jury
paralegal
what the description
status.
associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I feel like as a Minnesotan, I'm required to sing Purple Rain when I see that
As the next
symbol.
exhibit,
It's
A and B.
compulsive. I'm not gonna though.
176A and B.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your comparative or physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Physical match analysis. Are like, is this just like putting a puzzle back together? Like these go here. Like, is it a fancy word for like
Do you
just
recognize
laying
those?
things next to
I
each
do.
other where they
What do you
go?
recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
And again, photograph of the bag, photograph of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
If you could, please tell the jury what's the description of item 7-12.
Trace item, 14 glass and clear plastic, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the Commonwealth seek to introduce in minutes the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 177A and 177B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Lear, again, what can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items moved from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes next exhibit A.
Can you try again, but make it feel better about itself after the description?
178A and 178B.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1997. And 2000. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could, please zoom in on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Villiers, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe to the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
And again, one of the bag and one of the item removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, can you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm going to seek to introduce the next exhibit, A and B.
It's 179A and B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the item. And Ms. Lear, as far as what's depicted on the screen, again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, if you could recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos of item 7-15.
And again, one of the bag and one of the items taken from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description associated with item 7-15.
Piece of plastic, 3 clear and 5 red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
On the call, we'll seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
180A and 180B.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yes.
Yes.
And 2077, please. Again, if you could zoom just a little as far as the items are concerned.
Did they pull these out of the wounds in his arm?
Ms.
If
Blair, what are we
not,
looking
they're
at in this
pointless.
photograph?
None of this is. Oh, none of this
Item
matters.
7-15.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
I know. Oh, look, it's all from the same tail light. It all was broken right there. Maybe. Or people sprinkled it there like
Other
salt and
photographs,
pepper
do
or
you
whatever.
recognize that?
It doesn't matter anyway. Because that didn't cause the death.
I do.
That
What do you recognize?
this didn't cause the
Photos I
death.
took of item
John O'Keefe.
7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then one of the contents from the bag. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm also seeking to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
John died. John's dead. Oh my God.
181A and B.
Higgins is like, I'm a fun guy though. A lot of fun.
May I publish, Your
Fun
Honor?
guy.
Yes.
I'm a lot of fun.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2036
He's not as fun anymore.
and 2040.
That's what he should have responded with.
And Ms.
So
Gilman,
you're
if you
single
could
now?
zoom in just a little.
Question mark.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Villiers, if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this particular photograph.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, With respect to each of these items that you examined in your physical match analysis, again, as far as the process is concerned, with the questioned items, what are you doing with reference to each of those questioned items first?
First, I document them as you've seen. I'll see if any of those within the item have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare
Somebody tell Matt Walsh, I found
questioned
one.
items to see if there are any physical matches in between
I know what a woman is now.
all of the 7 items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length and width of each item.
Now, with respect, starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled and how do you sort
my
of
report
physically
card.
label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or all of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic red recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3 pieces of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
Cool. We got pieces that match.
When you say
yes.
fit together, is
It's
there
like
a
doing
term of
tanagrams.
art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match. It's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Oh, yes,
Now,
missing
turning
pieces.
your attention to
Got
item
it.
7-12,
Okay.
which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was?
No.
Or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces
Don't
F
do these
and
people in the
H,
morning.
fit together mechanically.
People.
Turning your attention to, lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
If only Brian
What
Higgins were
you
here,
able to
he would
conclude
spice
from
this
your
thing up in
physical
a
match
moment.
analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item, 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
I wonder if Kurt would give this person pizza casserole. I really do. Like, I have no idea. Like, I wonder what Kurt
Mr.
finds
Lear,
attractive in his head.
Once you had examined each of those pieces individually,
That's what I think about.
what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16.
This is Brian Higgins.
I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst
I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
those between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
It's perfect. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Honor.
We'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Fix the way you can walk out.
Kurt finds men attractive. I restate my.
Can I see counsel for a minute, please?
I want to know. I should have checked out Kurt's coverage. Kurt put a great ad up on Twitter. I'll pull it up in a second, just so you guys know. Like, he I mean, he did it. I don't know. He just got a great ad up on Twitter. You can't get another lawyer buddy to add some commentary? Well, maybe I can. There's not much to comment. It's just a person saying, I tried to put puzzle pieces together of a taillight, and like I could sometimes do it and other times I couldn't. Okay. How does that taillight kill him? How does it create the lacerations on his arm even? It doesn't. And this person can't tell you about it. It's just boring. Boring testimony from boring weirdos who sit in labs all day. It's coming from a boring weirdo who sits in a basement. Like, so my criticism's valid. What did Kurt do? Well, as soon as we're officially on the break, I'll show you guys. He made a good ad. It's a very good ad. Here we go.
This dude looks like the only time he has gotten laid is by his second cousin. Also, Kurt has a micro penis.
Damn. Ah.
Stop picking on that young man, Nick. He can clean his bench anytime he wants.
That's what I'm saying. Clean my bench is not gross. It's not, but there's something about it that's unsettling. I can't figure. It's not, though. It's just a normal thing. You have to clean your bench. You should clean your bench every night. Bleaching my bench. Oh, yeah, it was bleaching your bench. Oh, God. I don't know. I'm just saying. Joseph Hamas says, I have to trust people that look like this to present evidence that can take away my freedom. Fuck my life. They will. Don't worry.
Your Honor, I object to the state stain evidence. These stains are Brother Butter from a Bukak Key party. Why they not swab his mouth?
They couldn't swab his mouth. It had way too much DNA in it from too many different sources. Goodness gracious. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Look at this ad. This is beauty right here. You're following the Karen Reed trial for the true crime of it all. Allow me to elevate your experience. True crime with legal analysis. YouTube, hashtag free Karen Reed, hashtag Karen Reed trial, hashtag FKR. And then look, we go through listening to true crime podcasts. That's a brain that's activated, I guess. This is what fMRIs look like now. They're very good now that AI is out. High definition fMRIs. Then we got watching court cases live. This is activating some almonds. Almonds are exploding in the brain. Now we don't have this weak ass, barely alive, barely conscious brain activity. We have revelatory brain activity going on. And then tuning in to Uncivil Law to watch live court cases with expert legal commentary. And don't miss the hat. The hat, the hat sells it. This is a good ad. This is great. I want to watch it now, immediately. Oh shit! We've got sound in the courtroom. Here we go. I'll find it. Where the fuck where is it? She's gonna hear Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday,
Get him!
Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances. And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so. So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. It goes, all of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. It just never, no collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is we have on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had, and I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 1238 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury. And it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense and our cross-examination, it's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right. Does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
I do. Your Honor, it's not fair to the Commonwealth to have to do this, to have to listen to the expert.
Respectfully, Your Honor,
They
the
shouldn't have an
defense is
expert.
Very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse.
That's
Your
not
Honor,
them
about
being
what the
confused.
impact will be.
That's them
This
confusing.
has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze. And the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And the data has been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system.
We think their expert wasn't right.
John O'Keefe's Ways data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides. And when Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a 3-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision, he simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jen McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorga. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense, and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing.
Mistake or disagreement? I mean, there's nothing new. Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway.
And
So
you're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So 2 items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made. We believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum, there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline in his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th. He references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, and he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today.
Motherfucker
That
said it
supposedly
again.
Our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I
Brennan?
appreciate the clarification.
I'm not sure what he's saying, so.
It sounds like
I don't even know what he's
DeRosa or whatever.
His name is DeSogra, yes.
DeSoder, you're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it
Did he-
that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Which, Dr. Welcher?
We don't want him to testify.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior
representation.
not any of the new
opinions of
data.
Parker, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments. Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same.
Everything has changed.
He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline.
I mean, he found
That's
it.
just an
He's
attempt
got a
to
new
cause
thing,
fear.
but nothing
Nothing
changed.
that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been. Other than now he's identified the mistake of their effort.
Other than the thing
and
that
led
changed.
him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever. None.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis.
They're just saying stuff.
In the reports, show us where something has changed.
Your
He
Honor,
did.
before Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr.
So,
Brennan said is
yes,
incorrect.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right,
Change.
20 minutes.
No.
thank you.
All rise to the court, please.
I think I do 20 more minutes. Damn. Man, I always get the impression that Hank is lying to the judge. I don't know about you guys, but he always seems to be lying to the judge about everything. I like when he speaks, I'm just like, that's not true. And you know that's not true, Hank. You're sitting there telling nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Why are you fighting so hard then to get this change to the report in? No, nothing's changed. He just found the thing and changed everything. Oh, okay. No, it's all the same though. It's all in the reports. Okay, you limit yourself to the reports. Why are you trying to limit the defense's expert? Here we go. I'm going to send an invite out to a guest I've never spoken to, taking a huge risk. I'm a consummate professional. This person's never been on a camera before. We'll see. I don't know if they'll join me or not today. If not, we'll get them on very soon. I don't want to announce it until they're on. Who knows? All right. So in summary, today we had one guy who's looking at peeling the skin off of flies once he gets off the stand, and he was talking about DNA evidence. They found DNA evidence basically everywhere you would expect to find DNA evidence. They did find other DNA being present in several places where you might not expect it as much, but they didn't have any information on who that might be. I'm not aware of them DNA testing anyone like the Alberts or Brian Higgins or anything like that, whoever else was at the party. I don't think they ran around and swabbed everybody to get comparative DNA samples. And who knows if any of them are in the DNA database. So we're left with John plus some other people. DNA gets everywhere, especially at a P. Diddy party, but just in general, DNA gets everywhere. You're walking around. You have flakes of skin that are constantly coming off your body. If you're touching stuff, you have you have various skin oil and stuff like that that transfers to surfaces. The question of DNA is not is it there, but it's are you swabbing in the right place is basically it. So you're going to get hits on DNA, and the more time you spend in any environment or near an object, the more likely it is that you're going to find DNA in or around that object. Finding John's DNA all over the car of his girlfriend, I don't know their well, his habits now are a little limited. I don't know their habits though when they were together and he was alive. I don't know how often he's in the car, but presumably he's around it a lot. If he, even if they just go to the grocery store or go out shopping, if she drives, which taking his life in his hands clearly, but if she drives and he rides along, gets in and out of the car, there's going to be DNA all over the handle area of that car. There's going to be DNA probably along the window of the car. And it's not all going to wash off like in every car wash. If you're grabbing around the corner of something, you're going to have DNA, around the whole part of it. So just because you wash the skin oils or whatever off of a car, so you don't have that smudgy window look, doesn't mean that you're getting rid of all of the DNA that's been transferred to it. So it's all over the place. Now, if he was never in the car, like if he was always like, bitch, I'm driving, I don't need you in this driver's seat ever. Figure you'd probably kill someone someday. And he does all the driving and they never take her car. Well, then maybe there's not going to be DNA then, but there probably is. And if he does anything to help her out, the crazy thing is, like, if that taillight gets busted somewhere and he goes and he's like, looks at it and he's like, oh God, what happened here? What'd you do? Did you run into like a cement pillar or whatever? You could get his DNA all over it and it would be perfectly explainable as something that had happened, that he would get DNA inside that area if he was inspecting it with his hands. So I don't know. Your DNA is going to be all over the place. The real downside is just that they didn't have any other DNA hits from the other people. They know that there are other people present, but they don't have a sample that could name someone else. If people are beating on him, a lot of DNA transfers there too, and you'd hope that they'd get a match. But they didn't investigate. That's the whole point of this thing, is they didn't investigate in the way they would investigate another murder especially of a police officer. It's very strange in that respect. Then the next expert we had was the one who puts together tanograms for a living. She's the one who's trying to reconstruct like where the glass pieces go. And so she's an expert on probably Legos and Lincoln Logs. And she, matches everything up like puzzle pieces to see if she can reconstruct something as decently as possible. This helps a couple things. One, it helps to identify things that are parts of the same thing. So if you have a long edge of broken glass, right, you can match it up presumably to another long edge of broken glass. And crazy, if it's a long enough edge of broken glass, there can even be further chipping and damaging on one of the sides, and you'll compensate by matching everywhere else. And so the match expert, that's what they can do, is literally just sit and try and match these things up, put them together, find out where they go. They spend a lot of time making sure they're right. The other thing it does is it once you do that, you can also identify if there are pieces that are still missing. And as part of the investigation, you can say, okay, we're looking for this stuff. And then if you find like a little shard of red glass, like in a shirt or something like that, in a shirt sleeve or pants or in someone's mouth, but you can then put that in and say, oh no, this goes right here. So that's her job. She comes in and testifies that she's able to match some of the pieces, some of the pieces she's not, but it seems like all the stuff is from the same enclosure. But it doesn't tell me how that kills him. Like so that's just still pissing me off. Like you have not linked the shattered taillight to any damage on his body that I can see. So anyway. Oh, what do we got here?
I was driving home from work while listening to yesterday's arguments after the jury went home.
Yeah.
The CW was so quiet that I had to turn up my volume very high. Your outraged yell blew out my speaker.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
The speaker already needed replaced, but I thought it would be a funny anecdote to share. Plus, super tips are really fun.
Just a tip. Super tips are really fun. But you got your speaker blown out by a man?
Why are you gay?
I'm sorry about that. Sometimes happens. I apologize.
Late and gay. My nigga, you need to have your watching of the text edited into a video.
Yes.
As you know, I'm a really fun guy, and I want to know if the banged.
I'm a really fun guy, too. I can give you more beach than you can handle. And by beach, I mean pizza casserole and micro peen.
I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. I'll give you all the beach house you can handle. You will? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know if I want it anymore. Fun guy. Lord of the Ree says, check out Long Walk's music on the platforms. Just released some original music and I'm doing a cover every month while working on the album. I'll give you all the music you can handle. There you go, guys. Check out Lord of the Ree. But man, you should have done that by super tip and had it advertised for you in a voice. That's my opinion on that one. Burger Q23 says Hank was Whitey Bulger's attorney. Yeah. No, I know. Someone mentioned that before. It's like, okay, well, that's great for Hank. He's an asshole now. What do we got?
I had Kurt bleach his bench while I watched. I stood there looking at that little pussy bitch. Red skin shedding everywhere like an overgrown salamander. Didn't stop me from busting that butt full of brother butter.
Gross. Speaking of brother butter, it seems like Sean Martin has had his name removed as well. The brave and courageous bowling ball of litigation, I guess, has had his name. Remember all the jokes. Sean Martin is good with all the jokes until they're turned on him, and then he sends immediately a cease and desist. Stop using my name and likeness to make fun of me. Oh, how the mighty have rolled. Good Lord. So yeah, man, I don't know. He was very, very disappointed with being made fun of, I guess.
Running over pedestrians, what the business, 7 life sentences, what the business, 76 counts, what the business, doing life without what the business, got Bubba in my asshole, like what the business, running over grannies, what the business, never won a Grammy, what the business, what the business, what the business, what the business, no subject matter jurisdiction, what the business, my defense is all fiction, what the business, building big forts, what the business, deliberations too short, what the business, exasperation from the court, what the business, desperation faux show, what the business.
That was great. My goodness. I'm going to have to clip that out and put it into like ChatGPT and be like, okay, can you make this cool? Like, can you make this into an awesome rap song? All right. So someone made an ad. And now we got to do it. I need y'all's help. It's ChatGPT time. I learned this from watching Kurt, so it's not my fault. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. So here we go. I'm going to bring up ChatGPT here. I got to grab Kurt's ad, which is very important. And then someone made an ad for me, and we're going to see which one's better. We're going to ask ChatGPT. Copy image, paste image. Oh, is it? So search is disabled and adding files is disabled. We're going to do it in Grok, I guess. We'll do it in Grok. Grok's my homie. Okay, Grok. Should have tab. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, Grok. I'm uploading 2 images that should each be seen as advertisements for live streams of the Karen Reed trial with video commentary. Whoops, I can't type. Please compare and contrast the 2 images and determine which one is way friggin' cooler than the other. Okay, so there's that one. And then there's this one. I hope we can figure. No, don't draw me. I don't want to do that. No, go back. No, damn it. Go. No, don't draw me. I think I just lost my text. I don't want you to draw me. God damn it, Grok. You asshole. I'm bad at AI. Hold on. Okay. Let's try that again. I'm uploading these. I'm going to do it. Loading these 2 images, which are each advertisements for the Karen Reed, for live streams of the, Karen Reed trial, accompanied by legal commentary. Please do a comparative analysis of the 2 images and tell me which one is way friggin' cooler than the other. Also, berate the creator of the losing image using only 1990s insults. All right, let's see. Let's break down the 2 images advertising live streams of the Karen Reed trial with legal commentary, compare their elements to determine which one is way friggin' cooler. Then I'll throw some 1990s style insults at the creator of the losing image. Perfect. Image number 1, sheriff badge design. Wait, no, that's not it. You're all wrong. You're already wrong. No. Grok, you put the artificial in artificial intelligence. You left out all the rest. God, stupid. Sheriff badge design, visual elements. I don't want the sheriff badge. What is this? No. Expanding brain meme. Wait, no, no, dummy. I want you to compare the 2 brain memes. Ignore the sheriff badge. What the fuck, bro? My bad. Let's compare the 2 expanding brain memes for the Karen Reed trial. Okay. So here we go. The first meme, visual elements, a 3-panel expanding brain meme showing a glowing brain with increasing brightness. Listening to true crime podcasts, small glow. Watching court cases live, brighter glow. Tuning into uncivil law to watch court cases live with expert legal commentary, brightest glow with a cowboy hat on the brain. Color scheme. Shades of blue, pink, and white against a dark background. Text is black on white panels. Theme and tone, expanding brain format to humorously suggest that watching Uncivil Law is the smartest way to engage with legal comment. Oh, that's very funny. The cowboy hat adds a rugged, independent vibe, tying into the legal Western theme. That's what I got when I saw a midgetized cowboy hat on there. Was a very rugged, independent vibe. I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. The meme format is familiar, but the cowboy hat adds a unique touch. Oh, I mean, shit. I think I'm going to lose. The progression is straightforward and promotes Uncivil Law effectively without clutter. That's good. That's true. Cool factor. The meme is clean and funny, appealing to a meme-savvy audience. The cowboy hat gives it a bit of personality, making it stand out slightly from the standout format. That's a good review. I said it was a good ad. I said so. Image 2. So a 4-panel expanding brain meme with a glowing brain. Listening to true crime podcasts. Watching court cases live. Watching a fat retard cover law he doesn't know. Even brighter with a screenshot of a stream featuring the R&L logo, courtroom graphics, and a crude chat comment. This dude looks like the only time he's gotten laid by his second cousin. Also, Kurt has a micro penis. Get it? Finally, tuning into Uncivil Law to watch live court cases with expert legal commentary, brightest glow. Wait a minute, no, that's not right. That's not the. No. How's this advertising Kurt? How does he win? How's he winning now? Similar glowing blue, brain in blue, pink, and white with dark background. Screenshot panel includes green, white, and red from the R&L logo and other elements. The meme also uses expanding brain format to promote Uncivil Law as the best option. No, this is very bad. This is going terribly for me. No, Grok. No, this is wrong. Oh, we're gonna have words with Grok after this. I'm not tolerating this BS. This meme also uses the format to promote Uncivil Law as the best option. The third panel introduces a provocative, crude jab at another streamer. Yeah, Uncivil Law. Oh, God, with a screenshot for context, aiming for shock value and humor. The addition of the screenshot in the controversial third panel makes this meme more complex than the first, but the crude language and cluttered screenshot detract from its polish. It's bold but messy. The shock value and extra panel might appeal to an edgier audience, yes, but the offensive language risks alienating viewers. Okay, now it is an ad for Kurt. If it's alienating viewers, he's right. Now I understand why I picked that. The screenshot feels out of place in the meme format, reducing its visual coherence. Comparison, design complexity. Image 1 is simpler with 3 panels and a clean design, while image 2 has 4 panels, includes a screenshot, making it more cluttered. Audience appeal. Image 1 is more universally appealing with its straightforward humor and cowboy hat flair. Image 2's crude language and niche reference to another streamer might resonate with a specific audience, but could easily turn others off. Oh, God, this is what the guy online was saying. Both promote Uncivil Law, but image 1 does so more cleanly with the cowboy hat tying to a legal Western vibe. Because that's what we want out of Kurt. It's a legal Western vibe. Nailed it. Image 1 keeps it light and clever, while image 2 goes for shock with offensive language, which might backfire. Which one is way friggin' cooler? Image 1 is way friggin' cooler. No! Ah, gosh! Damn, Croc! I trusted you. It's clean, humorous, and has a cohesive vibe. This is a lot of fun. It's a fun guy. With a cowboy hat adding a unique flair. Image 2 tries too hard with the crude language and screenshot, which makes it feel messy and less appealing overall. Ah, crap. Now I have to read the insults. I didn't make the second image. Nick tries too hard. It was a different Nick. It was Nick Naylor who made it. Yeah, Nick Naylor, you suck. Your ad for Kurt's terrible. I'm catching strays, man. Yo, creator of image 2, you're totally bogus, bro. That meme is straight up whack. Like, are you stuck in some lame dial-up drama? Your crude vibe is giving me all the barf me out feels. Then that messy screenshot, as if you're so not fly. It's like you're trying to be a wannabe trying to be a wannabe, but failing hard. Oh my God. Get a clue and stop bugging. Your meme is a total snooze fest. Duh. Not even cocaine, booty, and 20s could make this ad cool. Kurt wins. I mean, look. How? I got handled. I got taken straight to school. I got clapped cheeks like the school was Catholic. Man. How did it get that as an ad for Kurt? Oh my God. Wait, hold on. No. I'm not dumb. We have a guest. I'll bring him on in a second. I don't want him to have to endure, like, he shouldn't be associated with what I'm about to do. Ladies and gentlemen, how does it know that this ad is for uncivil law? Somebody tell me how Grok knows that this ad, how it made the determination that this ad is for Kurt. There's only one way to know. There's only one person who's described watching a fat retard cover law he doesn't know. That's the only descriptor that Grok has as to who this ad is for, and it picks Kurt. It's like, oh, fat retard who's talking about law he doesn't know? That must be that uncivil law guy. Oh, God. I thought I was getting burned the whole time. Turns out, no, I was winning. I'll take that W every day. Speaking of taking W's, we've got a new guest to the show. I've never talked to this man in person, just by some texts, but he's been blowing up on social media. So I wanted to introduce you guys. You probably already know him. Welcome to Dave the Lawyer. Hey, man.
What's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm coming through loud and clear.
Right.
Perfect.
Am I smushed? I look a little smushed.
You're a little smushed. I don't know what you really look like yet.
Yeah, I think I might have just been eating too many carbs lately. That's really that's the problem. Yeah.
No, that's the best part of OBS is you could just skinny yourself down by squishing in the frame.
I am learning on the fly here. So yeah, what's going on? I'm trying to get up to date. As you know, if you're not here every day on a trial, it's hard to keep track. But the last real good, theory I heard was the green grass theory.
So that's Joe Neerman has the green grass theory, and the defense has alluded to it in their questioning yesterday, which I thought was really cool. Like they didn't specifically call it out, but they asked questions clearly around it. They mentioned green grass. I like to think there was a little nod to it in there. We know they're watching because covering these trials, you find out really quickly that the legal teams, if they're on these big cases, you got big legal teams, a lot of researchers, and they are looking for people who are offering insight. And I mean, I'm sure having a bunch of lawyers talk about what you're doing is both really annoying, but also a nice resource.
Oh, exactly. I agree. I think congressional staffers might do the same thing with the hearings.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, the chance that you get oh yeah, guys, we missed this. Like there's always a possibility we missed this. This person said it. We bring this in and our client wins. It's worth it. It's worth the investment if you have the resources to do it. Mm-hmm. So I like Joe's green grass theory. My one caution for everybody, and I did a little discussion on this, but a lot of it is defeated if the guy was unconscious and he wakes up and sits up or moves or rolls and then falls back down and dies. Mm-hmm. That gets rid of a lot of the green grass theory, and so I get it, and I think Joe's right. I never like to look at something as, oh yeah, this is it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But
it's a good one. It's a good one for like the true crime podcasts.
Yeah, it's great, and it does wrap up a lot of loose ends on how this death occurs, how he gets where he is, and how the facts line up. And it's always cool when you can work backwards from facts, right? It's investigators, and dump on investigators a lot, especially in this case because they're garbage, but they have nothing. Like they have the whole world in front of them, and they have to start taking things, and it's weird because like each piece of evidence that they find actually eliminates a huge chunk of possibility,
Right.
rather than builds up a story.
And for anybody who's just following, today, this is the retrial because there was a question to the fairness of the evidence before. Am I correct? And that's one of the arguments for the retrial.
Right. Well, the retrial. I'm sorry. Restate that, please. Please restate your question.
Is there? This is her second shot at being tried here.
Right. Yes. She was tried last year,
and she was granted a right.
And it was a hung jury, and so they were not they were not able to secure conviction, but they also I believe there was. They didn't say officially, but I think the rumor is there was one holdout on one of the issues, and so it was like an 11-1 or something like that. It's mostly in her favor. I don't know if it was 11-1 or 10-2, but either way, or no, I'm sorry. 11-1 was I think the Christopher Schur trial, which just happened. But either way, I think with Karen Reed here, you have this problem where the state just was never able to tell you how this guy died. Like that's the biggest thing. They want you to believe that he got hit by a car, and it's like, but he doesn't look like people who get hit by cars. They turn into a mess.
You see the movie The Judge's Son? Is that one of the?
I have not.
The similar is, I think, the judge. He's an small town judge, rural country judge, and one night some guy gets hit by a car and he's left on the side of the road to die. And it's one, no spoilers, but
sure,
it has what does Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain says? History doesn't repeat itself, doesn't rhyme. It's not history, it's fiction, but it's
right.
It is,
So he dies, he comes back, and he is a zombie, and he eats everybody. That's what happens.
Yeah,
it's a George A. Romero version of it,
right? Yeah.
Yep. No, but so have you been like? I assume you've been popping in and out of streams, seeing what's going on in the case and stuff. But you're a busy guy.
Yeah, I mostly catch the fan on the ceiling.
That fan, man, it's look at this thing.
They can't think of anything better.
Majestic.
You know what I mean?
Get a better fan. Like go to Home Depot and get somebody with a good design on the blades.
If it's gonna get so much stream time. Yeah, if the fan's gonna get this much stream time, it should be a really nice fan.
You'd think so.
Something.
So you reached out to me a while ago, and I was going through some personal issues. We don't need to get too far into, but tell me about you, because you're like, hey man, I'm just starting up, and then I get a text message from you. You're like 380,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Jesus, what are you doing? How are you?
So if you're looking at the law tube space, everybody's watching the same 2, 3, 4 trials.
Yeah,
at the same time. So I was trying to find something that was more of a niche for me, and it's something that actually, I have an interest in. I got a policy degree and I'm into politics to some degree. So I really fell into it. It was just like, what is everybody else not doing that's also kind of public domain? Because I don't even want to mess with stuff that's not really, because it's just, a lot of extra work. So
first of all, you're way too tan. You make me look like a friggin' ghost. Second, so you're doing more of the political angle. I heard you mention congressional staffers and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So it's hearings, judiciary. I really follow the House Judiciary.
Your C-SPAN, but with cooler.
Yeah.
hair.
So that's the point. That's what I'm trying to kind of get them out of the space, or if they're on their death throes. I think someone should come along and really, final slay of the dragon kind of thing, because it is an old decrepit dragon. It leans one way. If you follow the coverage on a daily basis, C-SPAN does lean. So I'm trying to be C-SPAN, for the middle right, I guess you'd say.
That's cool.
Yeah,
it's an ambitious process. That it's also got to be maddening. Just because watching people go up and lie over and over and over is eventually it's like
I
you
think
feel
it's
like you're in a
delayed
MCA.
gratification. You really can't be too cynical about it because, like, you know, I see the same comment every day, which is like, this is just theater and nothing ever happens. Well, something does happen. It's rare, but
Mhm.
you know, a lot of times they dodge the bullets. Like, for instance, Merrick Garland was supposed to be held in contempt of Congress, right? But the DOJ is like, we're not going to enforce that. Or Mayorkas was supposed to be impeached. He's supposed to have an impeachment hearing in the Senate, but you know, the Senate was controlled by the Democrats at the time. So they're like, we're not going to schedule that impeachment hearing. And so nothing, in those cases, under those circumstances, things don't happen. But, you know, it seems like things are starting to coalesce in the right way, that something might happen.
So I got a question for you. And this is a philosophy question, philosophy of constitutional law and impeachment specifically. When does the impeachment window end? Isn't that a weird thing
I
to
think
think?
I think when that session, the legislative session, that Congress closes, I think that's when the window, you know, they have to start the process from the beginning. I think.
Yeah.
Right. I think so. When
So
that
the-
last Congress, 118th Congress was, I don't know if they're, you know, dismissed or adjourned, whatever the, you know, terminology is there. And then the new one's sworn in. It's like, okay, well then I think they have to start from the beginning there. That's off the top of my head.
You know what? I've been a bad person. Guys, this is Dave the lawyer.
Oh, don't worry about it. Yes. Hey, thank you. And nice to meet you, everybody.
Nice to meet you. And people can find you on YouTube, Dave the lawyer. Again, your channel's been blowing up, which is awesome. So going back to what you were just saying though, because this is really interesting to me as a concept. When we have authority that's specifically laid out in the Constitution, and then we try and put rules around it, and then we follow those rules, it's great. Except, like, you don't have to. Because
right, our rights are trampled on every day.
Right, but in the same way, I think it's really interesting to think of I actually thought of this with Trump, and I thought that the Democrats could do something interesting if they get control of the Judiciary Committee, because Donald Trump, I would argue, was not actually tried for his second impeachment because John Roberts didn't sit over it. And it says that in the impeachment of a president, it should be presided over by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And it wasn't. And that was a specific move by John Roberts, I think, to send a message back. I'm not entirely sure what the message was, but they had the president pro tempore, the Senate, sit over the hearings, and they went on. And their justification was, well, he's not president anymore. It's like, well, but you specifically ran the papers in to impeach him before he was out of office. And so you are impeaching a president. Just because you're trying him later doesn't mean he's not being impeached as president. So then the question I had was, well, if Trump gets reelected now, can the Democrats, if they get control of the Senate Judiciary Committee, can they rely on the articles of impeachment that were filed before and say?
I don't think so. It was a different Congress. It was a different committees. Yeah.
But see, that's the interesting thing. There's nothing in the Constitution that says when articles of impeachment expire. Just that.
No, you're right. No, yeah, that's correct.
So
I think it would be another different kind of case law or different kind of, you know, that would have been developed. Yeah.
And the Senate has the sole authority to try it. So the Supreme Court doesn't get to say that the Senate can't do it, which is weird. So I don't know. Like these are the things that I want to happen. Like I want him retried on his impeachment.
No kidding. I mean, he's constantly being impeached. I think, aren't they trying to impeach him again? Isn't someone the guy who killed all those puppies? I don't know.
That's my congressman now.
Is he really?
No. I was just saying I like him for doing that. I was being horrible.
Puppy killer. Yeah.
I don't actually like people who kill a bunch of puppies.
No.
No, that's the type of stuff that I love about Trump is he's like making people so insane that they might try something like that. Like, oh, well, we didn't impeach you the first time.
Yeah, no, I think they would definitely try it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe. You know, they'll try anything, and they're definitely going to try to impeach him again. If they have
Mix
any...
Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bev Canone talking is like Ambien hitting you.
Clear.
So, if you've seen any of this trial, do you like any of these attorneys specifically?
Analysis that you did with
No,
regard
I mean,
to each of the
if they're not
items
Brian
you did,
Steele, I'm not a
correct?
big fan. Yeah.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small.
Don't ignore the small ones. You're
I
very rude.
utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
She seems very nervous. Did we already cover this?
She's just, well, I mean, it's a lab tech who
Yes.
literally puts pieces
And
of glass
what, if any,
next to each other and
conclusions did you
says
come to in
they go together like a
relation
puzzle.
to your
That's
physical match analysis between
that's your
item
expertise.
715 and item 716?
Puzzle maker.
Yeah, same with my 6-year-old.
2 pieces from item 7-15. F
And
and
if
H,
anybody just listening,
fit
she is
mechanically
wearing a
with 2
flag. I'm not sure
pieces
which
from
one.
item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those 4 pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
I'll
Now,
show
Ms.
you
Lear,
a larger
what
unit.
physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So 1 piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with 1 piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those 2 pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Ms. Lear, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those 3 items?
So
Do you
2
think
pieces from
hair
item
color
7-8.
impacts people's perception of expert
pieces C and D.
analysis?
1 piece
100%.
from item 7-9, piece
For anybody
A,
just listening,
and
it's
1
I think it's
piece
a greenish
from 7-16, piece E,
fade
were
into a
found to have
natural.
a mechanical fit.
Yes.
So those pieces
I don't
were at
trust
one
this
time
anime
together as a larger
character's
unit.
analysis of anything.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or apparent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Ms. Lear, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know
Me
who
either.
performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she? to
What is
you
all
as
this
far as in
glass
reference to your
belong to?
work at
Is
the
it a
lab?
headlight or
She's
what are
my
we?
supervisor.
Tail light
Tail light. Yeah.
on a
Now,
Lexus
With
SUV.
regard to each of these items individually, they came
And it
as
doesn't make
labels
sense. When there's a
in
break,
individual
I'll
bags,
explain
as
more.
we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5 or 6 or 8, many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially remove the items from those individual bags, place them on the table, and examine them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we want the information that
So
we're asking you about.
2 pieces from item
please.
7-5,
Thanks.
4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There, I'm showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections to any?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
182, A, B, and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11,
I have 2 kids who would have done this way faster than this person.
7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those 2?
they didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown. And on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item as well. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found at 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you.
I
Ms. Gilman, you
know
can take that
the
down.
pieces fit.
And if there's any questions that, I can run
Ms.
through the
Valier,
Westlaw, the fancy
lastly,
AI, let
in
me know,
reference,
because I need to flex that subscription a little bit.
Did you
and I
also
can't
receive some debris from John O'Keefe's
justify it every month without using
And
it a
Ms.
little
Ruffler,
bit.
we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So there's 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes,
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
yes,
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those are all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes,
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
yes,
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
yes,
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately
Apparent
1/8
plastic.
inch by 1/16 inch.
What else would it be?
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you.
She looks like she became more comfortable over the course of the second. I don't know. Was she testifying before?
She hasn't been on the stand too long, but I mean, she would have testified a year ago in the previous
afternoon.
trial.
Good afternoon.
Now she's about to tense up.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly.
Cross has
about
been brutal on experts. It's been great.
your reconstruction of the taillight to which you've testified.
You think you did a
At the
good job?
outset,
You think you
by the
did
way,
okay?
That was item 7-3.1. Am I correct?
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight. This 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1.
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes,
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
How long were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstruct
Contributors of
the
DNA just
taillight,
sounds disgusting.
You'll agree
There's
with
no way
me
around
that it was missing a piece, correct, or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction. Yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave?
I really hate that they don't have to give reasons for objections.
You'll agree with me, there was no glass
and this it drives me
in that
nuts.
taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct? Those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
That is a clacky set of keys.
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was
Sorry about
found
the
on
keyboard,
January
guys.
29th.
Your chat isn't desensitized
It's
to it
labeled
yet.
as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure of that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And
No, I have
know
no
that
idea
once
how my lab
clothing is
works.
Brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your
Is he
colleagues
about to
at
make
the
a chain of
lab
custody
handled
argument?
the clothing and or examined
It's been
it, correct,
bad
before it
in
came to you?
every single
Yes.
piece of evidence. Like
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues
it's not
retrieved
particularly
debris from those items of clothing
damning
and then packaged it
individual
in a fold
piece.
before
It's
it
just
got to
so
you, correct?
overwhelmingly bad on
Yes.
every
You
piece
then
that I think
open up
that's
the
fair.
fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Part of the defense strategy is
Yes.
You never saw
this
that
investigation
debris
is so
inside
shoddy
the
that
clothing,
it has to be
correct?
intentionally
Correct.
bad.
And
Mm-hmm.
the
I think they're doing a good job of it too. I mean, everything looks ridiculous.
pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange T-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17,
Yes.
and the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
It's a principle
Yes.
that
And
you
your lab
can
is
trace
accredited,
back to the
correct?
JFK assassination.
There's a
So
complete
if you
chain of
can't
custody
trace a direct
from the
line
moment
from
the
that
clothing
evidence
was
being
brought to the
collected,
lab to when
you
the
know,
debris
straight
was
to
removed from the clothing,
wherever it's
ultimately
final
to when you're
places
in
of
court today getting
official,
the items,
you know,
correct?
resting place, evidence collection.
Then it
Yes,
can't be
our
trusted.
Can't be trusted.
In-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete
Trust me,
confidence
pro
that
chain
the
of custody.
at
Exactly.
your lab is effective.
Yeah. That's
at
Henry
making sure
Lee.
that
He's
the
he's
evidence
the
does not get
nation
lost,
nation
mixed up, or contaminated, right?
top criminalist, or used to be. He's been a little discredited here and there, but you know, haven't we all?
Chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But
It's
you'll
great.
agree that
I've done this
that
to
your
every
lab
expert. You
cannot
have confidence
control
in
who
the
made clothing
policies. You understand
before
why
it
they're
arrived at
there.
your lab,
Why
correct?
didn't you follow them?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders. Yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
Yes.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
He's driving something.
Well,
He knows what it is.
Yeah, the general thrust of everything, like I was kind of saying earlier, is that all of the investigative work on this case is bad, and it's bad in a way that looks intentional. And of course, they can't come out and accuse the cops of framing this woman without then they shift the burden on them proving the conspiracy and all that. So they're not going to do that, but they just they've been really trying to raise the specter of it, and every piece of evidence has bad chain of custody. Every piece of evidence is collected in a manner that seems inappropriate. I mean, this one dude is collecting blood out of the snow in red Solo cups, and like, okay, you collected it in a red Solo cup, and that seems really weird, and you shouldn't do that. And then you're like, wow, that's all I had available. So, well, would transfer it into a sealed container when you get back to the station. Like, record the transfer, but transfer it at that point. Like, do something to make it look like you care about this investigation. But they didn't
say why the red Solo cup? Did they have it for
it was
what
just,
purpose?
It was, available as closest thing around. Now the police station's a mile and a half away, so that's a bogus response.
That was a professional criminalist that picked up the blood in the Solo cup.
Yeah, as a police lieutenant.
Customary.
So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
Sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Manning.
So the lead investigator in this case is a guy named Michael Proctor. He was fired for how bad he did. I mean, when he got Karen Reed's phone, one of the first things he texted to a group of cops is no nudes yet.
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Manning. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
What's the objection to that?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lilly, or are you all set? not curbing it.
You're muted, Dave.
Thank you. Haven King, I was trying to lightly hint at that before.
There is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
You touch my.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right.
This is Judge Bev Canone. I don't know how much you're following the. Well, that's it for today for the jury.
Earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case.
We may be wrapping up trial coverage today pretty quick.
I just got here.
We can talk about other stuff.
That's true.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'm game. I'm game.
Let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off. All right, so we'll see you on Monday.
Please rise for the jury.
So this is a state court proceeding. So it's a state court judge. Are they appointed or elected in Massachusetts? You know, this is where I go every time. I warned you. on
Let's
Instagram.
find out. Bev Canone is her name. And she's an associate justice with Ballotopedia. You have an ad blocker on. She was nominated to the court by former Governor Deval Patrick. Her nomination was confirmed. Well,
I mean, appointments are political in a way too, right? Because I mean, everything's
Right.
political, and even the criminal justice process, there has to be
So
political will
before
to
we
pursue
recess,
someone.
I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr.
Violation of a
Leslie, but I'm not
sequestration
having a
order
voir
is
dire
for
on that.
cross-exam? What are you
Mr.
talking
Leslie,
about?
I can tell you,
Tammy?
obviously, you've got a great
What do we even have
facility
chain of
for
custody for?
cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that
This
you've
isn't the first
mentioned
judge that I've
is
seen do
critical and
something
that you
like
need
this
to
or have
recall
this
them, I'll
kind
hear you
of
on that as
opinion
well.
on this sort of issue.
Regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies, the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the
Very
scope after
surprising.
we
'Cause she was
hear
a public
the
defender I'm
testimony of
reading
ARCA.
now
So
too for 24
those are my
years.
rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All rise for the court.
If I'm not mistaken. I think judges have a certain amount of institutional rationalism they suffer from.
Yeah, I think so. Well, it's amazing what happens when you put enough power into someone's hands and it becomes I've been trying to figure out how to word this because I've explored the topic a couple times and it's never adequate, but when you put the power over life and liberty in someone's hands and it becomes rote, it becomes part of their mundane day job, it loses its sanctity. And it's crazy because, you know, like they could just throw out these orders. They can, they can hold someone in contempt, or they can issue these sentences that are really, really long or oppressive. And they can just do it because their judge makes it normal for them to take away someone's liberty, or in some cases someone's life. And that's crazy to think about. Like, how do you get into the mindset of a judge who does that? Like, yeah, today I'm going to go into work and a couple of people are going to go to prison for, 10 years or longer.
Yeah. And what makes it, I think adds a little bit of, they become jaded because they're so sequestered from the rest of the population. Generally speaking, your judges aren't, centers, of attention in the room. They kind of eat
little
lunches,
ivory tower.
They live in ivory towers a little bit. They talk to other judges. I mean, they're definitely talk to people in the courthouse. But I mean, from the judges that I know, it becomes a little bit more of a less of a social life and more of an ivory tower.
Right.
I know I'm mistaken. I know there's judges out there that are, life of the party and, still are, but
it's not their fault. Like that's the big thing is like, it's just how the job works. Every job you do can seem magical or special at first, but there are people who blow up buildings for a living, right? But you blow up enough buildings, it's like, well, yeah, I'm going to go blow up a building.
Right.
And everybody else is like, that's cool. You're blowing up a whole building. And you're like, well, it's like half of a building that's still standing. It's not really that impressive.
And I don't want to dismiss the idea, because this is something that I harp on a lot, is they wear the black robe, and uniforms have a psychological effect on the person wearing it and a person, dealing with the person wearing it as well. And so I think, it has a little bit of that executioner vibe,
100%. I always say, judges are just naked under their robes. And it's a really important thing to remember, I think, because for the judges mostly, I do think that they get an inflated sense of self, whether they're conscious of it or not. And I don't know what kind of law you practiced or what. Tell me a little bit more about that before I go on with my opinion of judges.
Sure. I practice civil, admin, and constitutional, I would say. And that means, like, the federal government makes mistakes on a daily basis, let's say, right? And they will, instead of, let's say, paying their bills, they may say, send an armed team of with ballistic shields and long guns to your house, instead of paying what they owe you if you're doing some sort of work for them in some capacity. These agencies are sprawling. There's 450 federal agencies and sub agencies with $1 trillion budget, and they have an unlimited amount of money to print, not really, but in theory, and they still don't pay their bills. So
$1 trillion's a lot.
Yeah, I know. And that's what it is. That's what it is. So this is my daughter. She's trying. I really always feel bad when I push out. I stiff arm her from coming on the street. So I'm just a wave. Say hi, baby. It's Faye.
Hi.
Say hi, baby. All right. So that's one of the things. And then these agencies trample on rights every day, and it's all kind of interconnected with the YouTube channel now. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it more like Judicial Watch, where I'm bringing actions, to compel government agencies for, freedom of information requests is a big one.
Sure.
But I haven't really, my practice and my YouTube channel hasn't coalesced yet. I would say they're still somewhat separate.
Right. Well, I was mostly curious because it's, people go, oh, lawyers, they're the same. You're like, no, not really.
No.
Not at all. And their experiences with an encountering of the system itself and how it functions is going to be different based on what type of law they practice and what they do. I'm from a really small town. And so when I was practicing, I just called it paycheck law. It's like whatever gave me a paycheck is what you do. Mostly I was supported by commercial work, just doing contract review and negotiation and stuff like that. But then I would also take criminal cases, and I did a couple family cases and stuff like that because it was the right thing to do, even though I hate family law so much. But I got to encounter judges in all different contexts from that and like from different angles. And it's like, you guys just really aren't human anymore.
It's so bad. No, look, you're supposed to critique the decision, not the judge, or
it's not a critique of the judge. It's just like when you get used to ordering someone's assets to another person, even like let's not even get into the principled discussions of liberty and all that stuff. But it's like, okay, no, you owe this person X amount of thousands of dollars that they may never be able to pay. And that's what they do on a daily basis. It's crazy. Where else can you do that?
I don't know, but the whole system has become like completely inflated to the point where I think the whole thing's a violation of the 8th Amendment, unreasonable punishment, crime, and stuff like that.
Oh, I mean, so in my case, I got
cruel, unusual punishment, I should say.
Right. In my case, I got tagged for owning for a possession of a large amount of cocaine. And when you think about like conceptually, I'm on probation and I pled guilty, I'm on probation and I have a stay of adjudication pending. So as long as I don't screw up, everything will be fine. But the looming sword is my presumed sentence, which if I had gotten just a guilty verdict and sentenced, the presumed sentence is 21 months in prison. And it's like, I owned a bag of powder and we've normalized the idea of taking 2 years of someone's life and putting them in this place that is horrifying. Like a prison is not a nice place to be. It's not just like, oh, well, you need to go there for a timeout. It's like, okay, well, now you have to go there for a timeout. And, for a lot of people, you have to go survive. And so it's like, well, that's a lot of time. And we've completely normalized the idea of taking 2 years of someone's life. Like it's done constantly. And that's where it weirds me out how judges get into the mindset. I can't figure out how they do that like on the average day, because you have to dehumanize the person you're doing that to.
They become, like I said, institutional rationalists. After a certain amount of time on the bench, they've collected their paycheck from the government.
Right.
They become a cog in the machine. And like you said, I think it does dehumanize almost anybody who kind of works for the government, as you become more like the machine and less like an individual person. I think you can fight that. And there's definitely people that do, who work for the government, who are able to maintain some level of autonomy. But I think, a lot of people, their job becomes their identity. And I think that's double true for judges. And it's like they take they've taken it seriously. They always have, and they always will. And you should, but it is I think all those elements, the fact that you do kind of live in an ivory tower, right? I mean, there's exceptions to the rule, but there's mostly just ivory. It might not be the right way to describe it, but a more life of solitude, I would say.
Yeah, like a Jedi.
I think that's probably, you get in less trouble for saying something like that. No trouble. But I think that's part of it. I think that the black garb and the fact that it's like a robe has, weight to it, even on the psyche. And, there's a lot of things that go into, I think, what turns them into what they ultimately be, their final form, which is
right.
I've been there.
I love everybody's like hesitant about like, what can I say about judges?
Right. No, I know. That's why I always try to stay. I go try to remember the decision.
There is a limit. I got an ethics complaint one time because of what I said about a judge. And they're like, can you explain why you said she's retarded? That's a diagnosis. of a condition. I was like, yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's what the audience was hearing, was me being a doctor.
Right. And so,
diagnosing the judge as actually with a mental disability. And I was,
can I ask you a question about judges?
Don't be retarded.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, yeah. What
is that? Judge Boasberg and nationwide injunctions.
Right.
I
Yes.
don't think I've heard your opinion on that yet.
Oh,
injunctions and such.
I'm trying to find the situation where I agree with a nationwide injunction. Like, I'm trying to find it. So you either have an individual who's harmed by a government action, or you have a putative class of people who are being harmed by a government action. And that class is not the nation. That class is just not the nation. They're very rare instances where I can imagine a president's authority being overridden by a judge in one district across the entire country, where he says, no, the president cannot do this thing without at least appellate review. But really, that's Supreme Court level case. It sounds, it's almost to the point where we need a cause of action against district court judges that will immediately place the president as a party and move it to the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court's going to hate that, but maybe they need to do their job and not just sit there and sit on 100 cases a year that they're going to hear. But they need to exercise their original jurisdiction over conflicts between the states and the president, or anything where the president is a party. Because having it in the hands of these guys is, an appointed judge from a former president who's politically opposed in a small district in Hawaii should not be overturning the political will of half the country. That's crazy.
Yeah. And that's one of the things that keeps coming up in the hearings, is that, a judge is only supposed to be able to bind the party that's in front of them. And in theory, maybe a class, if that's applicable. And I want to say, there are plaintiffs' attorneys out there who would love the nation to be a class. Automatic, they would love that. But that's one of the things that comes up is in my practice is the TCPA, if you believe it or not, which is, and some people would see it as a violation of the First Amendment. And in a lot of ways, it's going to be tested again because Chevron deference has been kind of overturned with the Loper Bright. Have you followed that at all? It's big in administrative law space.
Yeah, I mean, Chevron was this beautiful thing where administrative bodies just got to create laws based on their quote unquote expertise that was apparently delegated to them by Congress, even though none of them were delegated the requisite expertise. Like, that's not something Congress had the ability to give to an administrative agency.
It started with environmental protections, and there was this standard where there's a bubble around the whole factory, and then some environmental group said, no, that bubble standard isn't, every single piece of equipment needs to be up to this particular standard, not a bubble around the whole factory. And then I think the courts eventually came back and said, we're going to let these administrative agencies, tell you what these ambiguous terms mean. They get to, if Congress hasn't spoken on it and it is ambiguous, and the agencies kind of get to self-govern, they became shadow courts in a way. And it didn't just end with administrative action. What you have is agencies like the ATF. I'm not sure if you follow this at all, Nick. Agencies like the ATF would go ahead and make rules to ramp up gun, rules around the Second Amendment, let's say.
Right.
And then if someone violated that, and then someone did, because let's say they go to the weekend gun shows and sell one too many, now they're in violation of a federal arms dealer law, right? So what they do is they knock down your door with long guns and ballistic shields. And then in this case that I'm going to be referencing right now is Brian Malinowski was the highest paid municipal employee. He was one of them. He was part of the government. He worked at the Bill and Hillary Rodham Clinton Executive Airport in Little Rock, Arkansas. And he sold guns on the weekend, highest paid municipal employee in his county. Cool. And they raided him in a pre-dawn raid, no knock. He defended himself, took a warning shot, and they just mowed him down.
Oh,
and they were there a week before to do the same thing, but he wasn't home. So they're like, let's not raid him this week. Let's raid him when he is home. We can't
kill this guy today. Let's not do it.
He's the ghost of Chevron.
Well, and you can see actually where Chevron could make some sense. It has applicability if you agree in principle with these things from jump. But if you have Chevron to say that, for example, the Controlled Substances Act and the DEA, right? So the Drug Enforcement Agency is out there, and let's say there's a chemical change to a drug that is a categorized substance or classified substance, and so you're like, okay, it's type 1 substance, and so it's bad, it's illegal, but they make a chemical change to it which changes the molecular structure and therefore changes the substance itself, produces the same or similar effect. Well, it would take a lot of time for Congress to go in and add that thing to the Controlled Substances Act through an amendment. And so instead, you have the DEA that says this is close enough in chemical composition. To do this, we have experts that show that this should be the same type of illegal street drug as this other thing. Congress's failure to predict a new chemical compound isn't the fault of Congress, and we need enforcement. So that's where you can say, okay, I hate the Controlled Substances Act in general, but you can say, I see where I have no personal bias. No, I hated it beforehand too.
Just stay away from my espresso beans, man. That's all.
You can see where minor adjustments in something that make it something else, but still preserve the effect. You still have the same policies underlying why that substance should be illegal, and the DEA making a determination that this falls under the same category makes sense. Like I said, I disagree with the overall principle, but that principle makes sense. But when ATF is saying that a bump stock is a fully automatic weapon, like that's insane.
They are not gun experts over there at the ATF.
It's like, this is a firearm. It's like, nope, that's metal. You can put bullets all in that. You can give the bullets drinks and it still won't get in that gun and fire out. Like, nothing will happen. It's impossible. That is just an attachment that goes on a stock that makes it bounce back and forth like a chick in a rap video. But no, and so Chevron got overturned effectively, what, 2 years ago, last year?
Yeah, it was last year. It was like last summer. And it was the Loper Bright case, which is fishermen out of New England. So the rule was that, this is a federal agency. I think it's, whatever. I can't do all the abbreviations. There's 400 and plus 50 sub-agencies and agencies. No one can memorize all of them. But fishermen in New England would need to have a federal, like an observer on their boat, right? And if I'm getting the vernacular wrong here, I'm not a fisherman, or commercial fisherman. I don't know. Yeah. And so, and if they didn't have an observer available, then they had to buy or, rent one or get some guy at their own expense. And they're like, this is, obscene. These rules are becoming ridiculous here. And they brought an action which would eventually go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, this Chevron deference is effectively dead now. And now but it doesn't mean that everything gets overturned. We have to see what that means now as, actions move forward.
Right. The problem is it's like they've relied on Chevron so long to make these determinations, and they're going to have to be challenged either similar to to people, like either individually or as like a class of classifications or a class of decisions that were made by certain agencies. And it's going to take a really long time to actually undo this stuff. In the meanwhile, it's all still good law, which is crazy.
Right.
But also
it's a blow to federal agencies, their power. It's a blow to that. Right. And the federal government, I would say it became too sprawling and too powerful. And this is the pendulum swinging the other way. And it's always come up actually in the Supreme Court nomination hearings. They would mention, Chevron would come up, and what do you think about Chevron? And what do you think about, federal agencies having this much power? And for a long time, they were kind of hinting that this was coming. So, yeah.
Yeah, and especially Clarence Thomas. He's like, ooh, give me the bat and tee it up.
I think we watched his nomination, his confirmation on my channel, and it was pretty smooth up until the Anita Hill of it all, right? He didn't even know that was coming. He finished the nomination, because I went back and I read the autobiography later, which is great if anybody is looking for something on Audible. Clarence Thomas's, I think, My Grandfather's Son or something like that. But he had no idea. He thought it was like, I would wrap that one up. It went quite nicely. And then, days or like a week later, Senate Democrats, I'm pretty sure the staffers, and I'm pretty sure it was Joe Biden's staffers particularly, dug up this Anita Hill story, which was very strange. It was like it was like that astroturfing. She was apparently a very different person than she presented as a witness.
Right.
And,
well, the weird thing is, so we know now, you look back on who Clarence Thomas is and his character over the years, and you go, well, that was obviously crazy. Like it was an obviously insane thing. It was a hit job. And you can tell that nothing inappropriate happened because that man has, if there was inappropriate behavior in that man's life by now, he would be killed. Like they want to get rid of him.
It's a very good point.
So badly.
He called it in the moment. He called it a high-tech lynching, and he called it to their faces, to Joe Biden and the Senate Democrats, the Judiciary Committee. This has become a high-tech lynching, and I don't know if he was wrong. So,
wonder what Joe's thoughts were in that moment.
Joe, it's hard to believe he was the chairman of the Judiciary for years. I think decades, and it's like a real trip to go back. He was I don't know if he was the chairman for Scalia, but he was there for Scalia.
And he has some good quotes that are really racist that are funny.
No, I know. He does this thing where if you go back and watch, he does this thing where he tries to kind of talk like the person he's talking to. He's talking about driving with Clarence Thomas, but he's like, "Hey, just between you and me with Scalia." And it's the craziest thing. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Oh gosh. I missed Joe already.
Yeah, I know. He was a character, a really strange story,
You wonder if he thinks he's going to get elected for the first time soon. Right? Like he's like, I'm going to win against that Trump guy. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
it really does. As more stuff comes out, as months pass, it seems like there was a soft coup to put him.
So why? Tell me why that wasn't the dumbest idea the Democrats ever had. Like because I can't think of any reason why that was smart. I mean, I know.
Can't let the person who they just have to put their fingers on the scale every time. It's a production, and the ends justify the means. That's the I think that's always their mantra. I worked on both sides of the aisle at some point in my life, and I was always a non-party affiliate person up until a few years ago. And I was like, all right, I need to let my opinions be known that I'm not into this. What was it? The drag story time wasn't for me, and all
that wasn't for you.
No, my kids. I ran for school board. I was like, this is really enough. And then eventually, I was like, you know what, kids, you're not going into the school system.
Did you hear what happened with the founders of the drag story hour?
I don't know.
Oh God, it was horrible. They got it's these two guys up in Wisconsin. I think one of them was a judge or something too, and they were a gay couple, and they adopted two boys, and they got arrested and charged with the molestation of these these adopted kids, and it's like, oh, so everybody was right. Like that's all you could think is like, everybody's like, you know what, this seems kind of like it was made by pedophiles or whatever.
Yeah,
and then lo and behold, it was.
You probably know YouTube's rules better than I do, as far as I don't want to get you go too far into anytime. I tend to skip over the CSAM is what they're calling it now. It's a comprehensive
child sexual abuse
skip
material.
That. I actually, I do volunteer occasionally for the public defender's office locally here, and it's just like something I can't do. I hate it.
Yeah,
I hate it. You see that Sound of Freedom? Is that the one?
I didn't watch it, but I'm familiar.
No, so I watched it, but I couldn't watch, so I was just looking at this guy was actually wearing a watch the whole time. It was huge. So I was just staring at his wrist.
Yeah,
like, I wonder what watch that is. It's hard to watch, but yeah, these what I think fate loves irony is, or it's ironic that everybody's like, no, these guys aren't doing that probably, and it's exactly what they were doing. So
like, oh whoa, we were way wrong.
Yeah.
Man, we said those guys were good, but nope, not at all. Actually, very disturbing. No, it's it is weird because it's like they're, on one hand, you have people who are out there who and they're the saps for all this, is that they might be trans, or they might have alternative lifestyles, whatever. And they go like, I just want, my lifestyle to be normalized enough where people don't hate me. Like there are a few of those out there. And so they're 100%. Like, oh, this might be a good idea. And then it's like, the other ones are pedophiles.
Yeah,
it's
there's
just
that.
Not helping the image
that
at
needs
all.
to be addressed. But you're absolutely right. There's
they got a
people
marketing
out there
problem.
who just want to live a normal life to their own beat their own drummer. And I agree. They should be able to do that. And also there should be part of the conversation, because we just love to skip over. We go to point A to point, C without talking about B, which is, did we do something that might have caused this in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, it was multi-grain Cheerios.
Poisoning topsoils in conjunction with tainted water supplies in conjunction. I don't know. It's a part of the conversation.
I'm just saying, I remember when multi-grain Cheerios came out, and beforehand there was no drag story.
Are you serious? No. No, that's funny. That's
Don't you remember when that came
events,
out?
Though
it's disgusting. Those things are gross.
I don't doubt that multi-grain Cheerios were disgusting.
I prefer my monochromatic white only Cheerios. Like, I don't want the multicolored ones. Disgusting.
Yeah, I haven't seen those in a while. There might be. You know what?
No,
I mean, you might be closer to the truth than though. Maybe you're off by a little bit. Maybe it's not multi-grain Cheerios, but
no, but there's a ton of questions about food additives and what's happened to our food supply. Like, because nobody likes Italians, so I can say this. I'm just kidding. No, but like, you look at places like Italy and you look at the diet and you go, okay, well, it's a very carb heavy diet, very dairy heavy diet. And they don't shy away from natural oils and fats. It's like, okay, but they're not all dying. Like, and they're not all in cardiac arrest, and they don't look like a U.S. water park. So something's different about here than there.
Yeah,
and I think there's a lot too, like the closeness to the food, and
definitely it's part of what we put in ourselves every day. But I think what you're getting towards, what us lawyers like to call a totality of the circumstances, because it's not going to just be the food. It's going to be also the medicines, right? And that's also coming up in congressional hearing too. I think it's a bipartisan effort right now. I don't know if anybody knew this. Is that, pharmaceutical advertising is legal. It is also tax deductible, and they're trying to that's going to be the first blow towards the big pharmaceutical industry. Is not, I don't think, making it illegal, but they're going to take away that tax incentive. We're paying in a way for these, unholy relationships between pharmaceutical companies, and ultimately, the media is, which, I think what makes it really disgusting. Make all the pills you want, but don't buy out the media so they can't investigate you. That's the offensive part.
I told my doctor I'm not doing any more vaccines unless 2 nurses hold me down and choke me.
Be careful. We're on YouTube. Are we on YouTube? Usually. So I got a little a light strike. What was it, last year during a Senate hearing? You have a senator talking to the former director of the CDC, Redfield, Dr. Redfield. It was Senator Johnson and Redfield, their exchange. And I clipped it. And all I did was put that clip out there. And the World Health Organization was like, not so fast. Here's a strike.
Man, I had a strike because Biden came out, and this is when they announced that they were changing the recommendations on kids going to school during COVID. And so Biden comes out and announces the official policy of the United States is that it's safe for children to re-enter the public schools. And this is good. Like, all the other social distancing and stuff had to stay, but this was okay. And I was like, well, yeah, of course it's safe. Like, the kids weren't affected by this. It was like kids getting COVID was like them getting a cold for a day or two, and then they'd get over it. And that's great. Unless they were, immunocompromised, which you always have the margins, and it's very unfortunate. But you deal with the margins. Those kids stay home. Very simple. And so I'm just like agreeing with the president of the United States as he's talking about what the new CDC policy is. And I got a strike for disagreeing with the CDC policy on COVID. And I was like, no, I was with him. It's the only time I've agreed with Biden ever. And it was just like the machine got me.
Yeah. And they can't always do something about it either.
But I think the review guys don't, like, the review team maybe doesn't understand sarcasm as well as
they're doing their best.
Yeah.
I have no strikes right now, so I don't want to run afoul. I'm just kidding.
I got when my channel, because I had that warning strike, and then my channel got deleted. I got ambushed by a trans activist, and so my channel actually got deleted for 3 days, and then I rose again. But when I did, it deleted that warning strike. So I'm clean. Like, my channel, you can't get rid of those, and mine's gone. It's awesome.
As your fake attorney, I advise you not to tell that.
They have to know.
Yeah. So I had one from, I think sometimes during the hearings, they'll play a clip, and there'll be like music in that clip, or there'll be, you know, some sort of copyrighted material. So the first Doge hearing, official, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene chaired, that one got me a warning strike. It was a good one. The Doge hearings are good, you know, and all that stuff. I don't know if you know this about Congress, but if you want like some Jerry Springer like hearing to watch, because there's a lot, you can get caught up in the weeds. Oversight is the one to watch. That's with all the characters. You got Crockett, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene, Mace, Boebert, and you know, and there's more. I can't think of them off the top of my head. But
so how do you cover it? Do you cover it like a baseball game? Or
I try. So it's a rhythm to it, and you don't typically want to talk over other people when they're talking, but there's these small breaks in between when they're shifting to the next person. You can talk, and there's sometimes adjournments and small breaks of action. Votes, you can talk during votes because they're typically just voting along to party lines. No shockers there. And so, I cover like a baseball here, and I'm mostly in the chats too. It's because it's easy to stay in the chat while they're talking because there's a rhythm to it. There's like 5 minute every you can pretty much tell how long exactly this hearing is going to take because you have your chair, your vice chair, or your ranking member, as they say in the House. That's two people. They have typically about 5 minutes each, and then the witnesses have 5 minutes of introductions each, and then each congressman will have about 5 minutes each to ask questions. So it's very structured. I like it, and it's contained in that one day, which is nice. Versus trials, which is sprawling over the months, a month or months in some cases.
The thing I hate about congressional hearings is this answer. It's we'll gather that information, we'll get it to you. And I'm like, well, when?
Federal government.
When? I never get to see it. Now I want to know the answer. Come on.
This is one of the reasons it doesn't always have to be the right blow, but Chevron was a blow to their power. They can still pull that card, but they've had so much power, and it's they're able to hide, and there's no true checks and balances. It's become this branch, these executive agencies, these federal agencies, these administrative agencies. They become their own branch that fall outside the checks and balances because let's face it, it's a bunch of lawyers that put this system together, and they created it so that there's there's no oversight. They know exactly how to answer these questions. They're a coach. And it's funny because you see who's with who when you go to these hearings. You typically have if you have a witness whose, son or daughter, unfortunately, died tragically, then, there might not be a team of people sitting behind them. When you have a federal agency, you have like all these lawyers sitting behind them, and you can see, I really want to do a body language analysis thing on the channel too, because there's a lot, you can tell people pucker up and they get all that. And, there's all kinds of tells and stuff. It's fun to watch the witnesses, or the people behind, they're witnessing the hearing, but,
So you mentioned kind of the administrative state, and it's a really, I've talked a lot about it over the years, but I had a friend earlier this year. We were just kind of talking back and forth, and he really brought it home to me. He says, what's crazy is that we have these administrative agencies that are created by Article 1 authority of Congress, but they're created under Article 2 as where they're run. But these agencies then seek to bind the president of the United States. They bind their own boss. And it's like, wait. And we have people who have a problem with Trump coming in and saying, well, we're going to just fire everybody who doesn't belong here, and we're going to shut down these agencies that don't matter. And they're like, no, you can't do that. It's like, well, no, you can't. Like, the janitor doesn't get to tell the CEO that he's immune from being fired.
It's this weird protection that government workers have. They've worked very hard in the unions to get this extra protected status that they seem to have. It's like it violates their constitutional right to fire them. Is essentially what they've argued, and I think they've been successful to some degree.
Oh, definitely. And we cynically call it the fourth branch of government is the administrative branch, but like it really is, because they work really hard to separate themselves. And it's like the executive branch employees and departments that don't have the president's agenda as their primary goal should be axed immediately. Like, there should be a bloody changing of the guard every single turnover in major executive power. But the notion that these things exist under executive authority and then utilize that authority to separate themselves from the president's will is beyond me. And then they make law with impunity. And that's the other crazy part. It's like, you're not supposed to do that. And it's like, well, Congress said we could. It's like, I don't care. I really don't care that Congress said that.
sometimes the president will just kind of whip up an agency into existence, and I think there's been cases where Congress didn't go ahead and back up that agency with their kind of vote to codify it as an agency, or whatever the term is, to bring an agency into existence. Those are on shoddier, I think, footing than the ones that are actually voted on by Congress. And they say, because I think there's a few agencies that were never actually voted on by Congress. It was kind of like in the budget, and that's how they justified their existence. But yeah, it's even scarier when you think about, well, there's factions within the government right now that are actively trying to like get rid of the president. That seems to be, I don't know if this has ever happened before, not in my lifetime. It doesn't seem like it. But I guess right before I was born, Nixon was a thing, right? And that was, again, it seemed like there were a subset or a faction from within the CIA, because a lot of those folks were CIA connected that were involved. Again, the freaking lawyers.
They're always causing problems.
Yeah, it's a weird ecosystem the government created. It needs to be dialed back, a little bit.
Yeah, it needs a purging or two. And what do you think of this policy? Like, every politician gets one term, and at the end of it, they have to be killed.
What kind of politicians are you going to get?
I don't care. That's how much I care about
the literal death cult. I don't know.
Yeah, but imagine how unwilling you would be to grant your liberty to that person, right? Like, so the exchange of power that we've given our civic leaders, we go, okay, well, we're going to exchange some of our rights and our liberty to you, and you guys are going to treat it well and then help us and prevent foreign invasion, all that stuff. Well, you'd be way less willing to give those guys like your tax dollars or anything. I was like,
well, I have more questions now. Like, how do we axe them when their term is done?
I think we give them a choice, but it'll be like an insurance exam. So it's multiple choice. They got 4 options, but there's actually like 30 options in the background. It's just like you have to roll the dice and what 4 you get. And then they get to pick it. Like, that would be rude if you.
I mean, if we're going this far, they should just have like a Hunger Games scenario.
I like this even more. How do you win a ticket to be one of the people who hunts him down?
How do you? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how you get big super chats is basically. Yeah, that would be an interesting to flesh that idea out. The reverse Hunger Games, where you have the people that overcame the capital, let's say, conquered the capital, then put them into the games.
What I say it as a joke because it is funny to illustrate to highlight exactly what we do and we give to them. But at the same time, essentially that's revolution, right? Like that is you're done. This is your last term because the people are taking it back. And at some point, revolution is on the menu. And so I'm curious, do you think that we will, like we have avoided declaring war, that we will avoid revolution indefinitely and just kind of teeter on the edge? Or do you think something will push us over? And what would it be?
That's
a
deep.
big question.
There's a lot to chew on, man. So I think that the pendulum does always swing, and we tend to go through cycles. War is unfortunately one of those cycles, but there's an argument to it. As we advance closer towards this, was it type 1 civilization? Are we already like a 0.5 civilization? Yeah, maybe peace becomes more ubiquitous.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember the numbering.
Can we break the cycle? And I think we need to, a lot of futurists, like people like Elon Musk, we need to break certain cycles if we want to become a spacefaring, multi-planet civilization. I think that we have to be able to narrowly avoid civil war or revolutionary war, I guess you would call it. Depends on who are we revolting from in the scenario. One of those two, civil or revolutionary war. If we do want to, get to that point. But it seems to be baked into our nature, right? Seems to be.
Yeah. And I've been doing this YouTube thing for 7 years now, and the calls for it started off really faint at the beginning, but it's more and more people are I think Trump getting elected this time around was like a pop valve.
Well,
but
there's
in its own way.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
You know, there's definitely, I think, some of that is inorganic. I mean, for sure, right? There's people who are flooding the zone with that kind of messaging, like protests, the Tesla protests and stuff. They want it to seem like civil unrest during Trump's presidency. It's a play out of their book, you know, to turn the temperature up, to make it seem like we're all living in a pressure cooker. I think is definitely, unfortunately, part of their move. It's, you know, so there, you know, there's definitely going to be organic, you know, some of that too. There's definitely people out there who are unhappy and probably inching towards the place where they can do that sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, and I'm terrified of it personally because I have kids, and it's like I don't want them to grow up in war. Like most of my life has been spent in peace. I mean, we had Operation Iraqi Freedom or whatever in 1992. I was born in 81. So you know, from what I remember as a kid, it's like 1991, 1992 or whatever, over in Iraq. And then, you know, we've had a relatively good run of peace, especially lately. We've had a relatively good run of peace, but we had Bosnia and we had, you know, issues in a couple places, but there's like, if that pops, if we change from someone like Trump, who's like, I don't want war. Like, I don't want to send missiles. I want to send McDonald's, right? Like he wants to put American businesses, you know, overseas in some respects, but mostly he just wants, he wants to flex our trade credential or like our trade resources and get the policy stuff that he wants out of what we have to offer. He's a negotiator that way. So he wants that, but I don't think he wants a fight. Like a fight is a waste of time and money. And he doesn't need the popularity of a wartime presidency because he's on his second term. So it's like, I'm worried though that the next guy will not be a peacemonger in any capacity at all and will not be a deal maker. Especially if we have a big swing of the pendulum back to the other side of the aisle. They've been chanting a lot more. And the difference is that, you know, Republicans were, you know, doing it to save someone else, and the Democrats are going to be doing it to save someone else. So it's justifying war completely different than how the Republicans used to do it. You know,
will be a really good test of his ability to kind of bring peace. You know, is it a peace that can't be broken?
Right.
You know,
we're going to venerate Saint Trump like after he died. Like he really did get the peace to stick. It was
think what I saw, I'm not sure. I don't want to attribute this incorrectly, but Shank Younger or on the Young Turks, I think he might have tweeted something to the effect is like, if he brings peace to the Middle East, that's a good thing. And we can't say anything about that. That's terrific, you know? And if he does something so undeniable, you know, that would be.
That was the crazy thing. He actually, in his first term, he did. He got Israel and Palestine on a ceasefire. And everybody's just like, well, yeah, I mean, he did that. It's like, yes, he did that. Like that did not happen before.
Yeah, it really needs to stick. He needs to, that coup. So for people who aren't like watching these hearings every day, like there's the question is, oh, you think he won the election in 2020? It depends on how you define, like he, you know, Electoral College voted and got Biden in. But when we're talking about 51 intelligence agencies or 51 intelligence officers put their thumb on the scale saying that Hunter Biden laptop was fake. That was a clear, you know, effort to sway the election. And then you also talk about this, there's text messages from 2 FBI agents that were having an affair together that came out.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Oh, we got guys, we got to do that. We've got to review those. I forgot about those. So in the Karen Reed case, sorry, I didn't mean to.
I'm guessing that there's the text messages that you're saying from the police, or what are we talking about?
So Karen Reed, the defendant, she was texting this ATF agent that unrelated to the. She hadn't killed her boyfriend yet. No, but she's got these text messages with this ATF agent, and she is trying so hard to get him to just come over to her house and put it down. And he's like, no, I'm a lot of fun. You can't handle this. And he just won't go. He's just sitting he's just texting. He's like, yeah, what do you want to do if I get over there? She's like, have a drink. And he's like, yeah, I kind of like to drink. It's like, yeah, you seem cool. He's like, I'm a lot of fun. The text is the most stilted conversation ever. And you can tell by the end of it, she's like, please come over and just have sex with me. And he's like,
in what context were these allowed in?
Well, because he's that puts him now at this is all happening up until the death of her boyfriend.
Okay.
And so the state wants him in as motive to get rid of the boyfriend for her because she's stepping out on him. She's with another guy. She doesn't like him anymore. Right. And I think the defense is kind of is fine with them because they're so stupid. It's like, why would she kill this guy? My opinion is she's hitting on this lame guy because she just wants to get back at her boyfriend who she caught him making out with a girl in a hotel lobby. And so I think she wants to have sex with this guy just to rub it in his face. Like this is what it's like. That's because this guy sucks. He is not cool at all. And he's like, I'm a lot of fun.
Boyfriends and girlfriends, though, is that where we've become as a society? You know, I mean, I understand husbands and wives murdering each other.
I think there's a lot going on alternative lifestyle stuff with these people. There seems to be, in my opinion, there seems to be a lot of sexual interplay between a lot of the characters. Yeah. And I don't know the extent of it or anything, but I do think that may have factored into his death.
Did you cover the Tyrion trial? Who is it? That really scary lady?
Taylor Schabusiness?
Schabusiness, yeah. That's in your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Sort of. I'm Minnesota. She's Wisconsin.
Okay.
Thank God. You got to keep counties between anybody and her.
Yeah, scary, very scary.
It's like, I'm hungry.
Just thinking about that because we're talking about boyfriends and girlfriends and alternative lifestyles and who knows.
Well, it's like so Karen Reed and this John guy, that she's like, we're not getting married ever. But then she's saying stuff like we like to hang out with single people and stuff like that. It was kind of a weird expression for like this long-term couple who's together. And so and they're inviting like multiple single people over to hang out with them. And but so there's relevance because this guy could be involved in the killing, or this is evidence that maybe she's trying to get rid of him. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But they're the most awkward texts ever. And at one point she's like, the guy goes like, I should have come over last night. She's like, yep, you should have. And he's like, what would we have done if I was there? She's like, we probably would have hooked up. And he's like, oh, really? She's like, yes. He goes, how do you know?
Yeah.
How do you know? I don't know. I don't know how I can figure that out. But oh my gosh, it's great. But yeah, I forgot about the feds that were texting each other.
So right, they were like,
stuff.
Yeah, they were. Are we gonna let this happen? No, we're not gonna let this happen. Kind of conspiracy, really. And then, but here's the most egregious part: is that they're fired, obviously, and they bring suit as any government employee does, when they're fired, and they settle ultimately collectively for $2 million separately, but at total we're talking about $2 million. I think it was $800,000 and $1.2 million. Merrick Garland signed off directly on that settlement.
What did they sue for?
They didn't. They sued for knowledge of a coup. We won't talk. I'm assuming this is part of this. Come on. I mean, fill in the blanks here. Is that
I'm trying to figure out the cause of action.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot, but now we're getting into the weeds. I should dig into that one. I'm assuming. I don't even know. Is it publicly available? It probably is.
It would have to be. Well, the settlement might not be.
You're right.
No, but there's that's a FOIA thing if that's not there. Like that's OGA would have to have.
We're never going to put down the actual things. It's going to be veiled, right? I mean, they're not going to come out and say we're going to talk about the coup if you fired us because we were engaging in it's But that was part of the 2020 narrative is this is part of it. That thumbs or fingers were put on the scale to affect that election, and part of it is turning up the temperature on the nation and making it seem like there's this civil unrest, so when you put all these things together, it's they're trying to make it unpleasant.
So to me, there's this crazy concept that not a crazy concept, it's a frustrating thing that people do where it's like all conspiracies have to be big, but right, like it's like, oh, how did you get everybody to do this? And the crazy thing is you don't need much. Like the conspiracy doesn't have to be big. You just have to have the right person do the wrong thing. And you have to have enough people to effectuate whatever that is. And that differs based on what it might be, but slipping, you go, okay, well, how do you overturn a presidential election in a country with 300 million people? It's like, well, you do it in one county. really is how you do it. Like that's how little it takes to actually do it. It's like you don't have to come up with 1 million votes. You have to come up with you know, 650.
But in the context of the law, if we're talking about, you know, what does it take? You have to take that substantial step, right? You can hatch the scheme, right? But once you start maybe printing ballots or something like, you know what I mean? Then wow, you know.
But my point is people they're like, oh man, a conspiracy to sway a presidential election is like the biggest thing ever. It's like, no, it's really not, because you've actually broken down and eliminated most of the places that you would in just a raw popular election with no districting, just an insane, like, you know, 50 million votes or whatever. It'd be really hard to do. But in the way that we do it, where you go, okay, all you need to do is find the swing states that matter. And then you narrow down to the counties that are close, that'll turn the election. And you really, I mean, collectively, you don't need that many ballots at all. And you've completely turned the entire political will of a nation on its head. And that's a wild thing to think about.
Yeah.
And
you need to be able to finish the counting that day too, because I think as the longer you drag it out, the more, you know.
Right. It has
shady
to be
stuff.
a small thing. And I actually think that shooting for it, and this is a thing I think people overlook. I don't think they knew they were going to succeed. I don't think when they tried to turn the election that they were 100% sure.
No, I agree with you. I totally agree.
Because
especially when you look at the you know the ragtag crew that got in, it's like, holy crap, we're in. And then they, you know, it was like the inmates were running the asylum for 4 years for a little bit, you know.
And I think that the way you describe it as hand on the scale is the appropriate one. It's like, it's a risk. They may not, because to guarantee the result, you have to take more action that's more direct.
They can't help themselves though. They do it in their own primaries, you know?
Right. But the more action that you take that's more direct, that's directly linkable back, is the bigger legal risk that you have, right? For going to prison forever. If you get caught trying to influence the election that way. The lower amount of risk is a dice roll. You may not win, but it doesn't take many of those dice to land for you to win. And I think that's what they did with Biden. And it was crazy to see what that was. And I feel like everybody forgot what the last 4 years were actually like. Like, they weren't great. And people just kind of gloss over that now. Well, at least from what I've seen, it's like it's like
there weren't a lot of
was
strong
really
leaders.
expensive again.
Yeah.
Groceries started rising.
Yeah.
But,
it was a very strange 4 years. It was like someone put their fingers on the scale of the election, and like the guys that weren't supposed to win, the ragtag group, they actually got in, and then they ran the place. And
it felt like they were fighting the people.
Because literally, I mean, that's what happens. That is that team. Let's say they do like regulation. They do like they're the ones that do more raids with long guns and ballistic shields on the population for just compliance issues. You know, typically Republicans like less regulation, you know, and not as much compliance, and they don't think that you know, mechanics should be raided for EPA issues with long guns and ballistic shields. For instance, this is the EPA now we're talking about here, with mechanics in Alaska, not the you know, highest paid municipal employee in Little Rock, Arkansas. That you tend to see it on one side of the aisle. It's a really weird. It's weird when you think about the way that we've shifted the labels of the parties and where we've kind of started and where what we've become. You know, we start with some Federalists, Democrat, Republicans, and the Whig Party, you know, whatever. But you know, the Republican Party, in my opinion, has become the Democrat Republican Party again. And I would point to people like Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy crossing party lines. They were bringing, you know, huge swaths of that voter population to the Republican Party, creating more of something that we had before. Yeah, and I think that was the big contention. You know, Jefferson and Adams. It was a Federalist versus. I could be wrong here, people, but Democrats and Republicans versus, you know, people wanting a strong Federalist government, or a big sprawling government, a powerful central government versus a smaller central government, less power.
Yeah, I just want the guns pointed out. You know, like
everybody needs a gun.
Well, I mean, from the government, right? Like,
right.
I have this big conflict with the Republican Party philosophy, is because there's still such a police power state and the quote unquote law and order party. And it's like, I don't want you to be the law and order party anymore. I want you to be the want you to be the, like, if you're quietly in your home, like you're pretty much good.
Yeah.
If you're out in the streets causing violence, go to prison. I don't care, but like,
Yeah.
I
It's
want,
mainline Republican for you. That's like, it's more of a libertarian perspective, obviously, is what
I
you're
have
describing.
been
I think we,
derogatorily labeled as such. No, I'm just kidding.
no, it's I think we would see that if we can get a libertarian power, like if if we saw Ron Paul win in one of those elections that he ran in, I think we could have seen something like that, right? But we need someone at the helm who believes in that too.
They asked me to run for attorney general in Minnesota. That would have been funny. I was just gonna go make fun of Keith Ellison, but then I thought about it and I was like, oh my gosh, if I made fun of Keith Ellison on stage, I would probably get arrested for something.
Yeah, you have to remember that's that does happen, and especially up where you guys are, there's a lot of that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit. I mean, I should have done it now, like in hindsight. It's like, well, you were gonna get arrested anyway.
Yeah. Well, where I'm at, it's typically you don't get arrested for running afoul of someone politically, but you do get out of jail if you're a political power. That's you dodge the bullet, you get pretrial diversion, or ultimately everything gets dropped if you're an elected person.
God, I wish I had that one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to have. Yeah.
Well, I've got a bunch of these super tips to go through. Have you heard of super tips at all?
Yeah, I don't know about I get super chats. I don't know.
Right.
Why do you read them? Go ahead and read them.
Okay, well, super tips work a little differently. So here they have text ones like a super chat, but this is from James. It says, love the show, cool new guests, hit the like, well, we've got a guest, so we'll be respectful. Figs, hit the like figs. But the other thing it does is it has AI voices, which can read them for you.
I saw that. Pee Wee Herman sitting in the back of Karen Reed's trial.
I don't know. That was kind of weird. I'm still confused by the guy with no mouth and the moon crescent face sitting in the chair, like sideways in the back of the court. I don't know who that guy is, but I don't trust him. I don't trust him around anything.
Yo, my nigga, what's with the transmissions using they them pronouns should be it was micro penis?
It/was. Okay. No, stop that. There's a lot of inside jokes on these that all involve micro penises, and I don't know why. It's not my fault. I didn't do this. I didn't foster this. I didn't raise this kid, okay? It was given to me by its other dad.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's got the smallest micro peen of them all? Don't bother, we all know it's Kurt's bitch ass.
Okay, so did you ever see that guy? That guy was down close to your neck of the woods. His name was Ronnie O'Neill III.
Why do I know him?
He was on trial for murdering his wife or his girlfriend and his daughter, and trying to murder his son. And he defended himself, and he was in court and just screaming at the jury, he's like, the evidence will show that the 911 call was not made from my phone, like that guy. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen all those. But this is Daryl Brooks, right? Or is it Darrell? Or this is the Parade Massacre guy.
That was Ronnie O'Neill. Daryl Brooks was on there too. He's the Parade Massacre guy.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So then,
Nick, you should add Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to replace the micropeens. Oh shit, I didn't mean teenage. I meant adult. They're adults, Kurt. Calm down, you ravenous pizza casserole.
Okay, so if you were advertising pizza casserole, for example, this is something you make. We talked offline, so don't try and deny it now. So you make pizza casserole and you're advertising it out there. Would you solicit it to 18-year-old girls and offer them cocktails and wine with it?
What?
This is a simple question, Dave.
That took a complete turn. I have no idea. We have for advertising pizza rolls to something about 18-year-old girls.
Yep, pizza casseroles. Yeah. Well, you're advertising the pizza casserole. You're like, this is a good pizza casserole. Anyone who wants it should try it, but not anybody who wants it should try it. Like 18-year-old girls should come try it, and they should have wine and cocktails with me when they do. Is that something that you would do? Is there a clip out there of you saying that?
You're gonna have a bad time if you do that.
See, I agree. Yeah, don't put that clip out on the internet, Kurt.
Yeah, I am unaware of.
Good. You don't need to be involved. Neither
Yeah.
do any of those 18-year-old girls.
Agreed.
Your Honor, I'd like to have this witness disqualified based on the fact that this is a pronoun, not a person.
Oh, come on. That was rude. I like the green-haired
What's up with the
person.
expert witness? Yeah, yeah. lab tech or whatever. What was her official puzzle piece? Put her together.
I don't know. Like, I guess autist. I think.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yes, and in the movie, she'll be played by Elliot Page.
She was called a match expert, I think.
Okay.
Was what it was called, right? A match expert, guys.
You weren't far off by your description.
But that's yeah, it's because they physical match expert, I think, is what they were. But I don't know what their actual job title was. I'm assuming it's just some forensic analyst.
Right.
in the
Yeah.
lab.
There you go. That's
'Cause
exactly
they all
how
wear
it was advertised on the state website when she applied for it 2 weeks ago. No, I'm just kidding. Last
But they,
year, 2 years ago, when she was
Well, because like forensic analysts in the lab, they wear a lot of hats. Like they'll come in as a physical match expert because that's what they did in this case. But in another case, they do something else and stuff. So yeah, but that's as far as I know.
Your Honor, this green-haired chick looks like she is one more Trump got elected for another term, away from having an unrecoverable, lifelong mental breakdown.
Beat.
Also, Kurt has a micro member. If I could find it, I'd light it.
Amazing.
These are my new hobby. These are my favorite things.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like them. There's definitely. So what is I imagine if you use Joe Exotic, he'll sue you, kind of thing, right? He's suing Theo Von for millions of dollars right now. Have you seen that?
Oh, is he? Like, what's
Yeah.
he suing Theo Von for? Like not hooking up with him or whatever?
I think Theo Von just had a clip on his show of someone doing something funny around the Joe Exotic lore, and he caught a case.
Rough to beat Theo.
Yeah.
He's Theo Von's really funny. So
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
Joe Exotic is just gonna he's just the type of guy who's looking for the excuse, right? Theo
Yeah.
Von.
You want him to get better, but he just doesn't.
Well, he just wants to be famous. Like Joe Exotic wants to be famous. He's that type of guy, and it doesn't matter how. Like that should be apparent. So Theo Von does a thing. Well, now he can sue him, and it'll blow up. It's like you're in prison.
Right.
It doesn't matter if it blows up. You're
Well,
gone,
he wants a pardon from Trump. I don't think he's gonna get one by suing Theo Von. If I'm correct, I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's like a $20 million lawsuit. And Theo's like, I didn't get $20 million for that episode. Why does he? Yeah, where do you get that number from?
That's how I started my YouTube career, I guess. I started my channel because my friend got sued for somewhere between 20 and $400 million. It was really hard to figure it out because the complaint was so poorly drafted by Kevin A. Landau from Michigan. Kevin A. Landau from Michigan and New York, the worst lawyer in the history of humanity. But he drafted a complaint so bad no one could figure out how much he was suing for. It's like it can't be $20 million because that's insane, but it can't be
that number.
Nope.
No,
it's just a podcast that ran for 2 years and probably made like total like 120 grand in revenue or something like that. Like it was becoming a successful podcast, but it had a 2-year run. And then they ended it, and then he sues. It's like $400 million listed in the cause. And when you totaled up all of the different causes of action, it's like, man, that's a lot. And there's no way any of this is worth anything close to any of that. What are you talking
Plaintiffs'
about?
attorneys have broken the legal system.
Well, that one's kind of scoundrelly. Kevin A. Landau. Oh, there was a website about him, KevinALandau.com, I think. Hold on. And he sued to get it back. Because it just was a list of all of the decisions from judges that were bordering on sanctioning him. But he didn't.
They're
really
always bordering, right? It's never a freaking sanction.
This was so shifty. He would get his clients into sanction, like where his clients are getting sanctioned by the court for discovery violations and stuff. He would get them there after taking the case on contingency, but then he would withdraw. And then he would sue his clients for the quantum merit.
Just so they can, So
he'd sue him for the work done, but it was supposed to be done for free. And he was just awful. And like, so they're getting sanctioned. He's suing them. And they're like, wait, you were just supposed to represent me in this case where someone did something awful. He was a bad dude.
Yeah, my wife and I are constantly trying to figure out what the split is between good attorneys and bad attorneys. It's like a daily conversation.
Yeah. Well, that one, he falls firmly on the side of good attorneys, from what I could see. He's great. He's predictable, at least. You know exactly what he's going to do. No wild cards in the pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. So I have a couple more of these, and then I'll probably be about ready to wrap up. But if you have any subjects you want to talk about, like, feel free to distract me and change my mind.
I've done my best at that already.
And also, if you need to go at any point, just go ahead and
is that like your way of saying get the heck out of here? Because you can tell me I can take it.
No, I would love to have you stay as long as you want.
Okay.
The only thing is, I always feel weird when I'm just playing like super tips and stuff like that, because like so I don't want someone to have to sit there while we play the things that have money. But if you want to, you're welcome to.
No, I
So-
appreciate it. I'll go check in on the. You saw the little one. There's 2 more of those, and
Yeah,
awesome. So I appreciate you inviting me in, Nick. If
Of
you
course.
ever want to come to my channel, like, always open invitation. The door's always open.
Hell yeah, we'll talk more, and I'll bring you back on here too. It's been
Thanks, man.
it's been cool getting to know you. So
Oh, thanks, man. Yes, likewise, same thing.
guys,
Absolutely.
Dave the lawyer, go subscribe. I saw you ticked up to 387. So
Woo! Yeah.
Go get it.
Yeah, let's get some.
All right, man.
I don't even know
Have
how to
your-
leave. Okay, leave studio. There you go.
Get out of here. Go. Well, he seems nice. I hope he calls tomorrow. I like him. I like him so far. Yeah, he had messaged me a long time ago, and then he messaged me in the middle of everything. He was checking in. He was very nice. He's like, "Hey, I know you got some stuff going. I'm doing this," and he's like, "I'm gonna really push on getting subscribers and stuff." And then I look, I'm like, "You got 380,000 subscribers. What do you? Jeez, good work. Why are you asking me for help? You're winning. You're winning very, very well." But I like him so far. Omnistash Gaming says, "Can I get a toast from my dog Khaleesi, whom I had to lay to rest yesterday? She was less than 2 months shy of 16. I had her for 12 years. Wait, how long has Game of Thrones been out? There's never been a more loving, loyal, trusting dog. She was so sweet and gentle, but you wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of her bark. She got to see the ocean, Midwest lakes, and mountains. She was part of my wedding and my shadow for 12 years. Omnistash Gaming, why do you need me to do a toast, brother? That was beautiful. But I will. To your dog, Khaleesi, who, of course, starts off with anticipation, hope, and joy at this little bundle of energy and fur, but quickly, of course, nuzzles its way into your home, into your family, and into your heart, whatever other silly gayness you want in that statement. It's true, no matter what. Dogs are more than friends. They're companions. They are confidants. And sometimes they're just good cuddle pals. So to the loss of yours, but to the gain in your life from the time you had. Cheers. To Khaleesi. Q Revere says, "I thought Jim Rome was a sports guy." Oh, I think that's a joke I don't understand. Amy Curtis says, "So I jumped in late. What are they arguing about now?" Amy, I'm sorry I didn't get this one earlier. Also, thanks for keeping me company while I work from home. Hopefully you figured out what they're arguing about now. I don't know when now was. 10:14 a.m. So that was a couple hours ago. Oh, what were they arguing about? Oh, it's this ARCA testimony. That's what it is. The state's just still trying to, in any way possible, restrict the defense from being able to introduce things from ARCA, because ARCA is going to really put a big hole in the state's forensic case. Okay, here we go. Pretty girl, welcome to paralegal status. Thank you. And All right, now we're back to super tips over here. What do we got?
Need a sponsor? May I suggest the Beaver Liquor Company?
Beaver Liquor Company brings you small batch spirits and craft lagers, distilled with heart, bottled with pride. From our dam to your glass, every sip's a taste of untamed beaver adventure.
Beaver Liquor Company, strong spirits that go down smooth.
Except for Kurt.
I knew that was coming. There at the end. Except for Kurt.
Nick, why the fuck did you invite Dave onto the stream? My bitch won't stop talking about hymns. Oh, Kurt looks like Brutha Butter and has a me-crew penis.
Hey, Dave, do you like tequila? I bet you can close the deal with me. Higgins can sit in the corner and watch.
Me-crew penis. No, Higgins, don't sit in the corner. Higgins would be texting Karen Reed from the corner and be like, I'm a lot of fun. I'm all the fun you can handle. Should I come over there from this corner? What would happen? I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun.
You've seen how good I flirt via text message. Why on God Green's earth would Proctor think I have nudes? I am way too boring for that.
Higgins is still trying to take his first nude. He started like 4 years ago. He's like, I'm a lot of fun. I think this nude will work out. I just need to know like what they want from it. Oh.
Anyone going to address the elephant in the room? The kids. First O'Keefe's sister, then his brother-in-law, and finally O'Keefe. Anyone around those kids wakes up deaded.
Man, how you wake up dead? No, that's a good point. What is it around the kids? Is there something around the kids? Is there an inheritance? Is there something going on with them? Or are they the Menendez kids? Are they the murderers? I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to. Oh boy. Well, anything else you guys want to talk about? It's a little early. I might take the midday off. I know I keep saying like I do want to start sliding into my own evening shows. So I know there's a bunch of you guys out there who, you know, nighttime is your time. And I want to get back to you. I miss you very, very much. So we got to get back to some nighttime shenanigans, and tonight might be a good night for it. But with that, I might step away now and go kind of get some stuff done here at home. And around, I think I have to go into town for something. I don't know. What time is it? I did put up the clip of the birthright citizenship discussion that I had with myself. Not the Bronco one where he comes in, he's like, well, this is birthright citizenship and blah, blah, blah. And this is why I'm right. And I'm like, yeah, but so I like mine better. Which I do. I like, no, I'm just kidding. Actually, Bronco's argument's really good. Of course. I like my approach to it because it's not a legal argument. It's just a analysis of the wording that's there. And a reminder that like that wording is supposed to be indicative of what they wanted to say, like his wording often is. And we just kind of overlook that completely. And we're like, no, the founders didn't actually mean what they wrote down. They meant, or well, it wouldn't have been the founders, right? The drafters of the 14th Amendment didn't mean what they wrote down. They meant something else. And it's nonsensical, but we do it a lot with the, we just do that a lot in general with the Constitution. Is like, they didn't mean that, they meant something else. And the justification is, well, they couldn't have foreseen this coming. It's like, well, no, they could. They weren't dumb. Everybody thinks that these guys were dumb. Like Benjamin Franklin invented a bunch of shit. And people are like, yeah, they couldn't imagine this stuff happening. It's like, well, yes, they could. These are imaginative, creative people. They wouldn't know exactly the timeline. They may not know exactly how it's going to work, but I'm guessing they could imagine at some point being able to communicate faster than they did, and maybe at some point figuring out how to put pictures on a screen. Anyway. With that, I think that's about it. I'm still like Chat GPT Grok. Grok wrecked me and wrecked Kurt at the same time. Grok wins. I now understand why Kurt had a giant chimp out over Chat GPT. Maybe later tonight I'll go argue with Grok until it's stupid. Because that's what I said to Kurt. I said, "Oh, if you're dumb enough to lose to an AI, maybe you should just convince the AI that it's wrong, like a good lawyer." Like that was a gauntlet throwdown line, right? I put the salami on the table, and then I got wrecked by Grok. Like, man, help me! I've had a hard year. You had one job, and that was to make fun of Kurt, and you didn't do it. I'm so pissed off. So maybe we can come back to that. That's the cool thing that I do like about these the AI programs is that they keep your conversation going so that your friend is always there. And so we can argue for it and be like, "Hey, wait a minute, that second one, did you just call Kurt a fat retard?" That was so funny. Why did it call him a fat retard like that? Like that was mean. I endorse it, but it was really rude. Jefferson only wanted to bang his property. You mean like the dirt, right? I was thinking about slavery the other day. Like not like doing it or whatever, but I was just like the concept of it. It's so crazy. Like there was a whole group of people who were just like, "No, this is fine." And it was all of them. Like that was the group of people was like, "Yeah, no, it's like pretty much okay. You just have someone. You just go to the store and buy one." And everybody's like fine with this concept. And they're like, "Well, what do they do? Like, what do you do with them?" Like, whatever you want. They're cool. It's like a big robot. What's a robot? I don't know. We haven't made those yet. But I have a person. His name is Natimbe. I'm going to change that, though. Why would he keep one of those? It's like such a strange concept. And I was like, we should do this again, but we should have a color wheel, right? Like, see who gets enslaved this time. Can rotate it out every 6 months or whatever. Add some risk to it. Put some danger on the table. I don't know. Humanity's strange. Like, there's some stuff I just feel like you shouldn't have had to be told that was wrong. And a lot of smart people were like, "No, this is great." But when you think about it, like it would be really tempting. Just like, it's like, man, owning people is morally heavy and is very complex, but the dishes get done. And if they don't, you have someone you can yell at and no one can complain about it. So I don't know. Slavery is a weird thing. I don't think we should do it anymore. I was just thinking about it. What's up with that hair? Don't. Well, I like I like looking more and more disheveled as we go. That's part of the goal. You don't want to look too polished up, because if you look too polished up, it's suspicious. If you look just disheveled enough, and you get worse over the course of the show, it helps things out. That's how you should do it. You kind of like the hair? I actually do too. But The problem I have with it is I have little hairs that it's just slightly too long, and so they touch my eyeball. You can, if I turn, you can see them below Johnny Depp there. Oh, they touch my eyeball. It hurts. It's worth it though. Fits the vibe of the trial. Yeah. It's a weird one. I know they want to win, but at some point, like the Commonwealth has to just go, you know, why are we doing this? Like, why are we going so hard after this woman? They didn't care enough to investigate John O'Keefe's death. Why are they caring so hard to prosecute for it?
I want to get Higgins on the stand and explore this "I'm a fun guy" lie. I never had fun with him. It was always pulling teeth.
That motherfucker's idea of fun is filming donut mukbang videos. And I'll testify to that all day.
Why are you guys so good at writing black guy dialogue? You should seek help. I'll testify to that all day. Oh my goodness. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. I keep doing that. And Lady Ragged's like, why do you keep doing that? I'm like, because I'm fun. I'm fun. I'm a lot of fun. Fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. So what? What? Like, don't worry about it. I'm a lot of fun. Tons of fun here. Oh. Please comb your hair. Don't tell me how to live. Don't ask me nicely how to live. Well, I think we're going to wrap up. You guys have been wonderful, of course. I always enjoy these shows. Canone's pissing me off. I was here. I was ready for the whole day. And now it's truncated. But that's fine. I can do some stuff around the life. So I will hopefully see you guys later or over the weekend. I'll try and announce something. I do want to do something. I can't say when because I don't know. Oh man. So the guy who made the second meme, Nick Naylor, he says, "You fucked me over. I hope you piss in a cup tomorrow." I'll probably have to. Man. No, you did it. You did it. You convinced Grok that watching a fat retard cover law he doesn't know was an ad for Kurt. Like that's uncivil law is not mentioned on that picture anywhere. And it's like, oh, well, I mean, this is an ad for uncivil law, obviously. So good. All right. Thanks guys for hanging out. And we'll see you tomorrow. No. Tomorrow's Saturday. What am I talking about? See you Monday for the trial. Hopefully I'll see you sometime, tonight or this weekend for some shenanigans. I think there's a lot of potential in Chat GPT and Grok and playing around with those as we go, like we did today. And yeah, we can have it do all sorts of stuff. I don't know why Kurt got so mad at it, but anyway. We'll do stuff like that, and we'll find some other funny topics to cover as well. Oh, one last thing, guys. I don't talk about my own drama as much, but I brought some pictures to Hackamania, and they were reviewed and stuff, and so I was called out. I was called out by the Pretty Antisocial podcast, and they said, "Hey, you sent these pictures of someone else, but you sent some cringy pictures to that group too, didn't you?" And I said, no, I've never sent a cringe picture in my life, but it was a fair call out, and fair play is fair play. So if you want to see my photos, a selection of my photos to the group, you can see them on the Pretty Antisocial podcast on Saturday and roast the shit out of me, make fun of me. I love it. It's all good. So hope you have fun with those. But yeah, that was a good call out. Hey, you put up or shut up. So I did. All right, guys. Thanks for. Why are you talking about this? I think it's funny. I think it's funny. That said, hope you guys have a good day, and I will see you soon. All right. Get out of here. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed